fell in love with the feeling, didn't fall in love with you. It was a song I was singing, it wasn't meant for you. I'm sorry that I can't stay, and I'm sorry we're like years away.
I bite your lip and you taste like summertime. I can't forget the days when you were mine. Do you wander the streets every night just to find me too? Like years, echoes in the streetlights, in between those spaces, in the moments. Come and find me where we let go. Come and find me where we let go.
I fell in love with the feeling and your funny faces. You were beautiful and broken in all the right places. I'm sorry that I can't stay, and I'm sorry we're like years away.
Millions behind or light years ahead. Our time is now, our time was
Day traded in a tie-dye jumpsuit and a gutter punk kid with a neck tattoo. They're hooking up at the unisex bathroom. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. Across the bar sat the hip-hop purist, arguing with the jazz obscurist. And in the corner were the terrified tourist. Brooklyn, Friday love. Angel choirs on the corner all night, sing Johnny Cash and Jackson 5. A little heaven you can stumble into. We got your invite tonight. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. They come from Mississippi and La La Land, and new wave hippies and the pop goth glam. It's just cause parents don't understand. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. From this roof you can see the stars. We are the left bank dreamers and the avant-garde. I'll sing my borrowed song on your borrowed guitar. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. Angel choirs on the midnight G train, sing Beastie Boys and Kurt Cobain. A revolution you can learn to dance to with a friendly face on the way. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Bushwick Avenue, Bedford Avenue, Franklin Avenue. I'm on my way, where are you? Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a
I think that's your best one, Curse. Oh god, that was good. Oh, that was good. Welcome to Friday, everyone. Welcome to the weekend. Thank God it's Friday. I've been on vacation, and I'm the type of person who needs a vacation from a vacation, and in this case, I've just been like sleeping like all day. I don't even know if it's jet lag. I think I'm just exhausted. Yeah, there's nothing like sleeping in your own bed. Unfortunately, I've been sleeping in my own bed the wrong hours. Yeah, I'm actually really pissed off at myself. Yesterday, I was supposed to go to a concert. I had tickets. I've been planning this for almost a year. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a nap because I am so tired. I was just so tired. I wanted to take a nap. And I literally slept through my alarm. And by the time I woke up, the concert had started. So I didn't go. It's it's great. What wonderful week so far. Hey, Ruined Voyage. Long time no see. How's it going? I had a 2.5 month vacation and working regular people hours have been tough. Yeah, I can't even imagine that. I think my oh, hold up, I'm clipping my mic over here. I think my there we go. I think the longest I've ever taken off in like one block was 3 weeks. And I literally, like, when I did that and I got back to work, I was like, oh, how do I do job? It took me like 2 solid days to like remember how to do my job. So I can't even imagine like jumping in to any job really after months of time off. Your vacation wasn't voluntary? I mean the point still stands, right? It's still the same, even if it wasn't the best of circumstances, I guess. You saw a couple of my pics of Japan, excited and jelly. Yeah, thank you. I love taking pictures. I'm not that great at it, but every once in a while I take something that I'm really proud of. There's probably like a handful of pictures that I'm gonna show today that I'm like really excited. We'll get better at it, forehead. I know. Welcome in, Newton. Man, forget Newton is just like literally bullies me all over the place every day. Like I post something on Twitter, Newton's there bullying me. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it's funny. I was looking through the pictures because I'm actually organized today. I have everything in a playlist. I've actually got videos. I don't have like a script or anything that I'm gonna actually talk about, but I have videos and photos in chronological order, starting from where we left off on Wednesday. And I'm like slightly better organized than I was on Wednesday. I'm excited to show some pictures. However, looking back, I feel like I didn't do a lot. So there are some stories, there are some things, but this vacation for me was the first real vacation that I had taken since before COVID. So it's been 3 years and I wanted to take some time. That's why, like, I think 2 of the days, so like 4 of the days that I was on vacation from the 15th to the 29th. I lost about 4 days total, 1.5 at the front, 1 at the back, and like 2 in the middle, for travel, because I don't travel well. I always get exhausted. Like, even if I'm just taking the train, like I always get exhausted. So I basically lose a day whenever I travel. So 4 of my 14 days were basically completely wiped out due to travel. And then 2 additional days, I literally sat in my hotel room and did nothing. I was so exhausted from whatever I had done the day before. This happened twice during the trip, once in Kyoto and once in Tokyo. And I literally just ordered Uber Eats and I just sat there watching TV. But yeah, Newton, I'll give a quick recap, but yeah. For what you missed. Let's see. Did you go to the Pokemon Center in Kyoto? Yes. I do have a couple pictures from there. Actually, I bought a pin from there as well. It was a Christmas Pokemon pin. I'll show that just like before. At the end, I'll show the stuff that I bought. I didn't buy a whole lot, and most of it is admittedly One Piece related. So if you don't know One Piece or anything like that, it might be underwhelming. But I'm super excited for everything that I bought, and I'm struggling to find places to throw it. I think a few of you have seen my one glass display case. I'm thinking of tearing out one of the shelves so that I can put like more stuff in there. I don't know. I need to reorganize what I have in there. But to recap, I left on the 15th, and there's no like from the city that I'm in, there's no direct flights or anything. So I had to connect through San Francisco, and I flew United because I had some points on United, and between the cost and the dates that I needed and the discount that I got because of the points that I had from like previous United flights and that sort of stuff, it was the cheapest, and like it made sense. It made the most sense to fly United this trip. It's the first time that I've flown United International, and I will never fly United International again. Hopefully I'll never fly United ever again. I have 0 points now. I used all of them up, so there should be actual 0 reason for me to fly United or do anything like that. But very poor experience with United flying international. It was basically handled like a region. Dang it, what's the word? Literally anything is greater than United Newton. Any Asian airline. I'll even take Singapore Airlines, which I've said I was not a fan of. I'm not a fan of Singapore Airlines. I took them once to Japan, and the service on the flight was incredible. The food on the flight was incredible. Just like everything about it was awesome. I loved it. However, I am not a small person. I'm a rather large person, and not even just weight, just like height wise, right? The legroom on the Singapore Airlines flight was non-existent. And by non-existent, I mean my knees were pressed into the seat in front of me for the entire, was it like 12, 13 hour flight? I think I flew through Vancouver that time, Vancouver, Canada. I connected through. It was like the second time I flew to Japan. And I don't know if you know, but sitting in a seat for 13 hours with your kneecaps literally pressed into hard plastic does not make for a great time. However, I will take that experience over whatever the heck I had to endure with this stupid United flight. Yeah, YVR. Vancouver airport was really cool, but it was kind of a pain in the butt because you have to go through like customs twice. It was weird because like as an American citizen, like you get to skip some things going to Canada, but it was weird. Yeah. They made you like, when I was going through customs, like you had to, there's like a whole raised second floor just for international like people traveling internationally in that airport. It's like you can look down and you can see the rest of the airport, but there's just raised pathways that they keep everything separate at that airport. And you literally, it felt like I had to walk miles when I got off the plane and I got into the international area. You had to walk like miles on those raised platforms. And then you get interviewed by this like the rudest Canadian you'll ever meet, because like, of course, like you have to, just because that's their job. They're like very gruff and brusque and to the point. Was their name Ricky? I don't know. It was so long ago. I just remember they were very like, not rude, but it wasn't a pleasant interview when I was speaking to them. So yeah, they're curt. There you go. They're curt. You look at their name tag and it's actually Kurt. But yeah, so I will take direct flights any day. And hopefully at some point there may be direct flights nearer to me. But we'll see. For the meantime, flying through LAX, as much of a hellhole as LAX is, it's not terrible. San Francisco, this time the airport, it was the first time I'd flown international through San Francisco. It was fine. Like the whole process went pretty smoothly. Like I have global entry and all of that. So coming back, even though, again, United idiots scheduled me for, it was a little bit less than an hour and a half of layover on the way back. That's not enough time. You need about 2 hours. Like if you don't, especially if you don't have like global entry or anything like that speeds up the entry process. Holy crap. I basically had to wait like half an hour for my bag to come through. And if I didn't have global entry, I would have had to wait in, it was a line of probably like 250 people to get through customs and like the whole import stuff. Oh, God, it was terrible. I think I said on Twitter, the girl that was sitting behind me on the flight coming into San Francisco, they had allowed her to purchase a ticket with a 45-minute layover coming in from an international flight. It's a United ticket, and they offered that as an option when she bought it, and she didn't think twice. And she totally missed her connecting flight. Like, obviously. It's so stupid. So yeah, if you're ever traveling internationally, and it was really sad. I thought we were going to the same state, so I assumed that we were on the same flight because it was very similar times, and we were just like chatting the whole flight. And then right about the time when we were landing, she mentioned that she was flying to a different airport in a different part of the state, and I was like, oh. And then I realized that her flight took off about half an hour before mine, so she had a little bit less than an hour of a layover, and I had a little bit less than an hour and a half, and I barely made it with an hour and a half plus global entry, and everything basically went my way, like perfectly. Like I had zero slowdowns coming into the country. It was crazy. And I had, yeah, it was crazy. This is why I don't travel. Yeah, I freaking hate travel. Give me teleportation, please. Give me teleportation. Or just like direct rocket travel. I think that might be next. Direct rocket travel. It just goes up into the atmosphere and then comes back down. Let the Earth do the moving. As long as it's a direct flight or a direct whatever it is, it eliminates so much stress. That's how I play No Man's Sky. There you go. I would rather take a ship to go to a different continent. Perfect excuse to get right? No, honestly, I can't do boats. I get seasick wicked easily. Wicked easily. I went crabbing with some friends a couple of years ago, and I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, oh heck yeah. They invited us to they had a little cottage on the beach, and their family had one, and they were like, hey, why don't you come out and we'll go crabbing, we'll just hang out for like 2 days. I was like, sick, heck yeah, let's do it. we get like 20 minutes out on the water, and it was literally like one of the worst times I've ever had. Completely forgot, since it had been so long since I've been on the water. Completely forgot. It was a fishing boat, so it was like, I don't know, maybe 15 feet. No, that might be a little bigger. Hey, Mika, how's it going? Welcome in. It was on the smaller side for sure. I think there were like 5 or 6 of us on the boat, and that was like capacity. I might be fine on a larger boat, but I don't know. At this point in my life, I'm just not like taking chances. Oh god. Oh yeah, I have links disabled. Sorry, Enzo. Yeah, it's a link to a motion sickness patch. Oh, interesting. I never had a patch, because I take from, if I'm traveling from the US, I'll buy like Dramamine or something before a long flight, or even a short flight, to be honest, because I get if there's any turbulence or whatever, I get the same thing. Oh no, Mika, your internet's gone. I hate that too. But I bought some I bought some in Japan, and it was like Traveru. I think it was something like Traveru motion sickness pills. I had to ask the lady manning the drugstore at the airport. And she's like, oh, and she like led me over to the section and picked it out for me. But yeah, I've never used a patch. I keep forgetting that patches are a thing. Yeah, freaking, I'm telling you, like, that's one of the reasons why I love Japan is, yes, there are people just like any other country that are nasty and like they have ulterior motives, or like they don't show you their true selves. Like that happens a lot in Japan, where there's like a false smile, fake emotions on the front. However, if you, as like an obvious foreigner, come up to somebody in the service industry or even on the street, and you make an attempt to ask them a question in good faith, using the best Japanese you can muster, they will be so thrilled that you asked them a question. I'm saying most people, not everyone, but it's so cute and it's so wholesome when you converse with somebody in like baby's first Japanese, trying to figure something out. Most people will drop everything and they will do whatever they can to help you, and it's a beautiful thing to see. It's one of the things that I love about Japan. So yeah, this sweet old lady was awesome. But yeah, airline stuff aside, basically what we covered on Wednesday was landing, stayed overnight in Tokyo one night, went to Ginza, attempted to get some Wagyu steak, didn't have a reservation. Even though it was a weeknight, they were completely full, so they said no. I was fine with that, so I got convenience food. I got some 7-Eleven food, and then I went to bed, got up in the morning, took the Shinkansen to Kyoto, and checked into my hotel that day, ate some sushi, and took the train down to Fushimi Inari Shrine. Climbed the mountain, walked through all the torii gates. That was incredible. And basically, basically that's where we ended, right? No, we did do the next day where I went to hold up. Kiyomizudera. I went to Kiyomizudera the next day. We covered that as well. I went to a cafe that does like specialty chocolates and stuff. Yeah, Eggy, brave spooter fighter. Yeah, Fushimi Inari, there were tons of spiders around the torii gates and all of that. And then the next day when I went to Kiyomizudera, I took some back roads to another place that was like really cool pictures, really beautiful views. But there were also palm-sized spiders all along the sides of the road and the path that I was taking. So not for the faint of heart. Ate some wonderful egg. Let me bring this up because if nobody's seen this, if you weren't there, I gotta show this because I did show this on Twitter. But I went to this cafe in Kyoto. And had these egg sandwiches, which were probably the best thing that I had in Japan. They were like basically souffle. They like melted in your mouth, and they were extremely flavorful. It was so good. Oh god, I want them right now. Yeah, food in Japan is next level. It's so good. I always say the worst food that you can have in Japan beats like average or best food that you can have pretty much anywhere else. And usually it's like for half the price. It's oh my god. Let's see. And then just to recap a little bit more before we get into this. How is the food from Egg Slut? That is coming up. But it was good. It wasn't like life-changing or anything. And I'll go into the details in a little bit. But yeah, I'm so glad I got to go there. So I said right before I ended last time, I said I went to this ramen place that Night Choreo recommended. It's her favorite place in Kyoto to eat. And after I saw One Piece Red at the movie theater south of Kyoto Station, I decided to walk back home, which takes about 45 minutes from there, walk back to the hotel. And this was on the way, so I was like, hey, they close at like 2 a.m. So I might as well, like, I won't be down here probably ever because I was just down there to watch the movie. So I got in line. There were like 25 people in line. It was midnight. And it was about 40 degrees Celsius outside. No, 40 degrees Fahrenheit outside. That's like what? 14 Celsius? No, it's like, is it 10 Celsius? Let me see. Five degrees Celsius. Yeah, it was a little bit warmer than 40. I had to Google it. Oh, thanks, Enzo. Oh, you went to a ramen place near Nihonbashi? That was amazing. Oh, if you if you have experience with a place or ramen, like, I'm sorry, not ramen, with a restaurant or place that is not like a normal regular tourist place that like everyone's heard of or everyone's been to in Japan, type it in chat. Like give me places, give me names, because I will be back and I want to have even more places to visit and check out, and personal recommendations from people means a lot. It's -4 here right now. Oh god, 25. I mean, even oh, pizza bar. Interesting. You were literally down the street from it when you were at the Pokemon Center? Ooh, interesting. There we go. But yeah, I waited in line and I thought to myself, there's no way that this ramen could ever measure up. And it turns out that it was pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. I had this and some gyoza, and the total bill, this was like an extra large size. Because they had the regular size and then they had like an extra large size. The regular size was like 700 yen. This was the extra size and it was like 900 yen. And the gyoza were like 200 yen. So when I left, I handed the guy 1,000 yen bill and 100 yen coin, and I just walked out. With the conversion rate, that's like what, 8.50 right now? $8. Yeah, it was American size for sure. But yeah, I cleaned it in 15 minutes. Burned the crap out of my lips, but you know what? Sometimes it's worth it. It was delicious. I didn't burn my tongue, thank God. I was still able to enjoy food the next day. But it was piping hot, and it had like literal, I think there were like 8 pieces of pork in here, maybe more. I don't know. There was so much pork. God, it was so good. When the oil's pooling on the surface. It was so good. All right, but yeah, I think we did cover the Kyoto Pokemon Center. I didn't take too many pictures there, but this was one of the displays that they had. They had the Lugia. I think that's been there for a long time. It's so funny to get here. It's like super complicated. You have to like navigate a maze to get to the front door. It's so funny. It's like on the 2nd floor, and you have to go out and around to get actually to the entrance to the Pokemon Center in Kyoto. They did have the new starters, which, like, the guy in the middle looks like he's a character from Dig Dug. I don't understand. Yeah, it's like hidden, Newton. It's hidden. There's like no signs for it at all. I completely forgot there was one in Kyoto. I was literally like standing on the side of the road waiting for the light to change so I could cross. And I like looked up across the road and I saw a sign in like a small sign in the 2nd story window. It said Pokemon Center. And I was like, oh, that's right. And it's a really nice one. Yeah. Weed cat, Spanish alligator, and British duck. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, weed cat's definitely my favorite. I like cute things. The other two are so like it's like they were trying to go for the it's so weird or it's so ugly that it's cute, but it didn't hit the mark for me. And it's interesting on the Evos are weird. Oh, that's right, the Evos are weird. Only the cat has a good one, right? I feel like I'd seen this. On the left side, they had some, you can actually get kimonos and I forget the name for what men wear instead of kimono, but you can get them custom made with Pokemon fabrics. And they had some really expensive fans with like Pokemon designs as well. The duck does have a pompadour. That's a total pompadour. It's gonna jump the shark here in a second. What else? Did I take any other pictures of that? No, I was just basically in and out. There were lots of children there too. So like I don't like taking a lot of pictures when there's children around. Like I feel like that's kind of obvious, but it's like I just didn't want to. It feels weird. So I just got the pictures that I could that were clear of people. There were quite a few people there that night. It was like later at night too, right before closing. All right. So that sort of catches you up now that we're almost an hour into the stream. So let's bring this up. There we go. Okay, so this is something from Fushimi Inari. What a terrible night to have a cruise. So I definitely posted this on Twitter, but this is the path that I was talking about. So if you take the path up the mountain, like the regular walking paths, underneath all the torii gates and all of that, there's 2 lookout points where you can take photos, and it looks amazing. You can see the city. I love going at night, which is why I went at night. This is my second time at night, and I've gone one more time during the day. And it's just amazing going up there. A little bit scary, but that like adds to the experience. But there's very few people that brave the mountain at night, because there's some dangers there. There's some spiders there. There's like boars and monkeys and stuff that could pop out, and ghosts, likely. Probably. But there's a spot about halfway that you can take a little side path about halfway up that I think has the best view. And I took a little video of me walking up the path, and then the view that you have. So this is me. God, I love this view. I know it's a little blurry and washed out because the video on my camera isn't that great, but I think I spent like 20 minutes here just sitting. But apparently if you go back, let's see, where was it? So you see those in a dark expanse in the middle. Ooh, that sounds cool. So you see those pillars on the left side there? On Google Maps, they have apparently they have something, they light up a kanji symbol here for some like festival times or whatever, and they use this sort of like the Hollywood sign or whatever. It's these pillars are used to prop up a light up sign that you can see from Kyoto. But I had been up here a few times, and I never noticed what that was for until I looked it up on Google, and apparently they use it for that, which is kind of neat. Like coming down from the mountains above LA. Yeah, I bet it's similar. All right. All right, and then this warning, hand reveal. But this is the dessert. So I showed the egg sandwich. This is the dessert that I got along with the egg sandwich at that cafe in Kyoto. And it comes with a little thing of espresso and a little thing of caramel sauce. I think this is the right one. Is this the right one? If it's not the right one, okay, so in the bottom here, I have no idea what this is. I'm pretty sure it's whatever sauce comes. I don't know if you've ever had flan before. It's like a pudding with like a really strong sauce that's usually like on the bottom. But I've never known what kind of. It's just like a really slightly sweet, but mostly just like a very strong flavored sauce that's at the bottom of flan. It's caramel? Okay, yeah. I wonder if this is the one where I messed up. I don't see the splotch on the side, so this might be the one where I mess it up. Yeah, watch. Ruined! There we go. Inedible, take it back. I know. I should have just flipped the table at that point. But again, the sandwich and this and a coffee, I don't think I paid more than $15 for. The exchange rate is insane right now. It's so crazy. All right. So now we're on day 3 of Kyoto. And I wanted to go to the mountain. So north of Kyoto, there's a mountain. It's basically in between the city of Kyoto and Lake Biwa. Lake Biwa is a very, very large lake to the northeast of Kyoto. And in between them, there's a mountain called Hiei, Mount Hiei, that I've been to once. And I really wanted to go back at a slightly different time of the year. And I wanted to take the ropeway up on the opposite side of the mountain that I took the first time. However, the problem is, let me take a photo of this. Save it to here. Open this. Open this. All right, here we go. So you can't see my cursor or anything, but on the welcome in, Chucker. Thanks for the egg. But near the top of this, you've got Mount Hiei, and then to the right you've got Lake Biwa. And in the very center, you can see the train lines going through Yamashina. From the center of Tokyo, you take a train line. I got on the wrong train. So from Yamashina, instead of taking the one that goes north up towards the mountain, you see that track that goes north up to the mountain, past Karasaki Station. I ended up in Otsu, right on Lake Biwa. And if I would have stayed on it, it would have continued east and north and gone all the way up north to the top of Lake Biwa. So I realized my mistake fairly quickly, thank God. And I got off at Otsu Station there, right near the middle of the map. And I figured, hey, since I'm already in the Biwa area, I might as well go to the shore and take some pictures. Daigoji is a real place? I thought it was a made-up name. Really? I'm trying to look where Daigoji is. Oh yeah, it's at the bottom there. Huh. All right, so I get off the train. Tips! Welcome in! There's a character called Guy Daigoji. What? Really? Oh, that's funny. Alright, we gotta hydrate and stretch. I really need the water, so I welcome it. And I'll do a stretch real quick. There we go. Always good to get up and stretch and move around. Definitely glad I have those redeems. Welcome in, Tips. We're talking about my little mishap going to the mountain, and then I ended up on the shores of Lake Biwa. So stepping off the train in Biwa was like stepping into the 70s. This town was like basically forgotten to time. Everything here is old, like ancient. Like this is the first like intersection that I came across. Let's see. Let's do this so that we can have a little bit more. There we go. There are some pretty leaves. But it's just like the pastels were everywhere. The pastel blues and pinks and greens were like everywhere. It was so weird. It was so weird. This is just me walking towards the water. And then I'm confronted with this 70s building. To the left of it, you see a little bit, there is a yellow and green building that I don't know how long it's been a round one, but it was a round one for some reason. But I was just like, I came out because this is basically right on the water's edge. So I came out of the city. I couldn't see much. It looks like a nice hotel, right? If they didn't have it painted this color. I like how the I can't really zoom in that easily, but all of these windows that you have over here, they're all like port windows. They're all round. They're like boat windows. It's so weird. So weird. All right, here we go. All right, and then even if it was a more gray-white aesthetic with some pops of the blue, it would be fine. Yeah. I wonder if it's cement. It could be. I think they use a lot of cement for like earthquake proofing and stuff. So anyway, you get past this, and then you're confronted with some of the most beautiful lake. I was completely blown away. Here we go. So there's the tallest building. That's another hotel. That's like the tallest building on the lakeshore. But it was like foggy. The sun really wasn't out. And I got to walk around for like half an hour and just take some shots across the lake. This is basically shot towards the mountain range that I'm going to. Right? This is all the way across the lake. My phone can take some really nice pictures sometimes. But you see that tent looking thing? There's like a weird cone tent shaped building. I was showing some of these pictures to a friend, and we were trying to look through like what that was, because I was never able to figure it out while I was in Japan. Turns out that's a headquarters of a religious organization, and it literally looks like it should be like an alien structure. And the amount of money that they have that they're showing off, I'm assuming that it's some sort of cult. But it's pretty in a picture. It should be in a skate park, right? Yeah, for those that don't know, there are a few religious cults that are fairly prominent in Japan that prey on foreigners and housewives and that sort of stuff, which is, it's really kind of unfortunate. If you have ever heard, if you watched Iron Mouse's Speak of the Devil with Premiere 2, he has a story of doing voice acting for one of those cults, like the first year or two that he was in Japan. Really, really scary stuff. So you're saying the market isn't saturated over there? Sounds like an opportunity cursed. Oh, and here's a closer up picture of that really tall, brand new hotel that they just built in the last like 5 years. It's like the newest building on the entire lake. I found out that this building right here is actually the police station. It looks super traditional and cool and stuff and nasty. So Cursed, you can 100% take a power washer to this. I won't hold that against you. Do it! Do it! And it's funny, it looks like there's so much gunk on the water. It looks like it's super low tide. And this is like the like bottom of the but no, it's there's still plenty of water here. There's just lots of floating gunk on there. They could pay me in tasty food. I'm sure they have plenty of it. Here's the walking path that goes around the lake. Here's like a wider shot of the other side as well. The mountain that I was going to is just off camera to the left. And then walking back to the station, I saw this building. It's like, oh, me. Who? Oh, me. I have no idea what they do there, but oh, me. Oh, I haven't. I need to watch that. That's one of the classics that I haven't seen. Really, really unfortunate. All right. So I hopped back on the train, the opposite direction. It's the Yakuza building. Let's see. Do I have a wider shot of this? Yes, it's coming up. I'm gonna click forward real quick. All right. So this is what the road looks like. Here we go. This is what the road looks like leading up to the cable car that I took up the mountain. God, the foliage was just perfect. It was so beautiful. I love fall colors. I love fall colors so much. But if you can see in the top right there. Let me bring this up. There's like a temple or a shrine that's just like sticking out of the mountain. One of the hills like next to the mountain, because this isn't the actual mountain. It's so crazy. I was trying to see if I could get up there, but I couldn't find like how to actually get up there to visit it. It's yeah, Azumanga Daioh. It's like something that I've heard is very similar to like Lucky Star or School Rumble, like that sort of. I guess School Rumble is the same era, right? Lucky Star was a little bit later, but I love School Rumble. That's like my favorite. Less crazy than Lucky Star, yeah. All right, what's coming next? All right, so I made it to the cable car, and I should have a video here. There we go. Telling you, no, don't go up there. They were all old people. Like I was I think I got there, I think it was like noon-ish. Maybe 11 o'clock in the morning. And like every single other person that was on this tram was like 60 plus. It was so funny. All right. The trip up was gorgeous. And time to volunteer, yeah. Most of the time there's just like trees all around, but every once in a while there'll be like a break in the trees and you get to see some pretty cool views. I got a picture of the city as well. Going through the tunnel. So you can actually see, if I zoom in here real quick. So you see the track splits right there? These cable cars only go once every half an hour. So every half an hour, one goes up and one comes down, and they meet in the middle, and there's just a very small section of track that splits, and then they pass each other at that point, and then they keep going. There's a little complex of temples and shrines and stuff before you actually head up the mountain. So I didn't have time to check it out last time I was up here, so I wanted to check it out this time. This is one of the steepest staircases that I've it'd be tough to grind on, yeah. I wonder if they purposely made it like that. They're like, no skateboarding here. So what you see at the very bottom there is a building, a massive building that was constructed around a temple. And the temple is currently under construction. They're replacing the entire roof and many prominent sections of like the wood of the temple and stuff. So they built a building around the temple to protect it from the elements while they're repairing it. And this is what it looked like on the inside. This is all a huge temporary structure that's built around the actual temple that you see there. See, they're like replacing the entire roof. This is just the outer portion of it. There's a huge, massive indoor section with like huge ornate statues, and it's super dark inside, but they didn't allow you to take pictures and stuff. So I wish I could have taken pictures, but it was so cool. It was so dark, it's spooky, but it looked really neat. Here's some of the workers. The roof looks mighty shaky. Well, it's not done yet. Actually, hold up. I might be able to get sound to go through. There we go. Nice. If I have another video with sound, you should be able to hear it now. Oh, are they? They're called, I don't know. I don't know anything cursed. But that's cool. I learned something new today. So I checked that out. These are the stairs from the bottom. I found a little shrine out of the way. These sort of things are so cool. It's just like nobody around. Everyone's always looking at like the major attractions at this place, and and I just like took a side path, and then suddenly I see this beautiful building just off by itself, nobody around. It's so cool. All right. At the top of the mountain. Let's see what we got. Oh. All right. There was no view at the top of the mountain. I think it was close to noon when I got to the top. Literally just fog. I was like, oh, that sucks. But there's like a flower garden and stuff up here. There's like a little cafe up here. So I was like, let's just look at some stuff and we'll see. We'll see if it clears. I wasn't too hopeful. I got a little there's a little space, so I took some pictures. It shows you how high up I was. And then this is a map of the garden museum here. I think it cost like $10. It was like $10 or $12 to get in. But you have access to there's a huge garden center, and there's also like a gift shop, and there's, like I said, there's a cafe, and then there's an observatory at the top. So I think it's worth it. I've got some pictures of the garden here. Even though it was like late November, there was still some flowers blooming. Apparently the whole thing was constructed with various paintings in mind. So they tried to replicate the feeling of these paintings in like the garden areas that they had. I'd never seen anything like this before. Yeah, it's a really neat idea. I have no idea what this is, but I took a picture of it. It's like a gourd flower or something. They had a little pond. That's the observatory in the background there. Yeah, right. I just wanted to get some footage of like walking through. There's literally no one here. Literally the only person here. I don't know how I captured this. I don't even remember taking this. There's like 3 photos of this butterfly and then like this video. And I don't remember taking it at all. But yeah, it's so cool. It's having a snack. All right, so once I got done with almost done with the garden, it seemed like the fog might start to lift. So I was like, I'll just get up in the observatory and see. I think I just stayed in the garden for a little bit though. Wow! Oh, sorry for that. Flower surprise. Yeah, look at these. There were so many cool flowers that were blooming at the time that I'd never seen before. It was so weird. It was very pretty. Aha! So I went to the cafe and I sat down and I ordered some food, and then I looked out the window and the sun started breaking through the clouds, and I was like, oh boy, here it comes. So this food was not great, and it was a little bit overpriced. But it's what I had. It looks really good. It was beef stew. It's not curry or anything like that. But it tasted okay. And then I went up to the observatory and I got some of the best shots that I think I've ever taken. You can see the sun rays. It was incredible. It's like you can't even like the camera doesn't capture it. It was so cool to see it in real life. And then this is like what the observatory looks like from the inside. It's just a giant circle. Once again, I was like the only person here, so I was like, let me just take a quick video. I think you can see. Yeah, you can see the hotel. Let's see, so that's a giant hotel that I took a picture of. And I think it's kind of hard to see. That was basically down here was where I got off the train. I wonder how they keep the birds out. Yeah, I don't know. Because they keep the windows open all the time. It's so weird. Oh my god, the other side was gorgeous. Look at the clouds still on the mountains. I want to go back. Yeah, seeing the sun rays come through, it was so cool. From complete fog to like super blue skies was so nice to see. I got some more pictures of the garden with some more blooming flowers. And then this is on the way down. I took the other side, so there's a second ropeway. This is the like primary one. This is the one that most people take up. And I took it down. Get a nice picture out the side. Wake up.
大変お待たせいたします。発車いたします。発車の際少し入れます。お近くでスリなどをお持ちいただきますようお願いいたします。ケーブルが動きます。ご注意ください。本日は企業さんにお越しいただきましてありがとうございました。ケーブルや正規までのご案内をいたします。アテンダントの清水です。このケーブルカーは高低差日本一の561メートル、最高勾配箇所が傾斜28度、単独ケーブルや正規までの 1.3km 約9分間でご案内いたします。走行中は転倒事故防止のため座席におかけください。お立ちのお客様や車内ご移動の際はお指などをお出しになりませんようご注意願います。
Wow, this is
お
really
願いいたし
loud.
ますとだんだんと視界が
So you have to transfer because there's two of them on that side. You have to transfer to a second cable car to get all the way down to the bottom. And then this is what you're greeted with at the station at the very bottom. Like a literal rainbow of color. Like everyone looked out the window and gasped like as one. It was so funny. Like everyone as we broke out of the tree line and saw this, everyone was just like, oh. Yeah, it's so cozy, this area. Like, look at this. Oh. Oh. Yeah, for sure. And the sun was starting to set at this point. I wish I could have just like stayed here at this time like forever. The variety of color just blows me away. Like how it's like a wave of color changes. And then just like literally 5 minutes away, because I had to walk to the next station because that one was closed for whatever reason. But I had to walk like, I don't know, like 20 minutes away to the next station so I could get back to Kyoto. And this was on the way back. And over here, everything's just yellow and green. There's no red basically anywhere. But it's like right next to it. Different trees, right? Got some rice fields. Got another shot. It was just super rural. Really nice, comfy. And then I got back to the hotel and I didn't feel like going out. So I ordered some Uber Eats and I found out that you can get a liter of ginger ale from Uber Eats. And I was like, huh? It was one of the options when I ordered from this place. So I got a liter of ginger ale. It was really good. It tasted slightly different than the ginger ale that we have here. I got some dumplings. I got some marinated I think this was like pork. Yeah, I love raspberry ginger ale. I haven't had it for a long time. And this was oyakudon, which is chicken and egg over rice. Quest accepted. And then this freaking dish. This was like a ramen, I guess. It was weird. No, sorry, it was an udon dish. I couldn't read what it was, but the picture looked really good, right? When I was ordering. So I ordered it as well. You have a good camera. Looks like I could eat this. So the weird thing about this is you see the plastic wrap around the edges? I thought that if I picked up the plastic wrap, the way that it looked like, I thought that the noodles would come out with the plastic wrap, and then I could take the lid off and then dump the noodles into the broth. It turns out it wasn't exactly like that, because the plastic wrap was in between the lid and the noodles and the broth. So when I lifted the plastic wrap, there was like a cup of condensation on the bottom of it that completely spilled all over me. It completely ruined my shirt. Almost ruined the meal, but I forged on. All right, and then this was actually this was my last day in Kyoto. I woke up early. I had Shinkansen back to Tokyo at 10. And for whatever reason, I didn't take any photos. This was right before I went to bed in the hotel room. And then the next photo that I have is literally Akihabara. I really dropped the ball on that one. There we go. We're in Tokyo. So the for those that don't know, the old Sega buildings that are in Akihabara were bought by this company called Gigo. Or Jijo, I don't know. In Japanese, it would be Gigo. But yeah, they took over the old Sega buildings, which is interesting. I never garbage in, garbage out, right? I never did any of these, but I found this in the basement of one of the buildings that I went into. There are premium gacha machines. So you see on the right here, these are like the regular gacha machines where it's anywhere from 100 to 500 yen, 1 to 5 100 yen coins, and then you crank the thing and it pops out a little toy. But these ones, you see, this one says one play 3,000 yen. So this is like $30 into this slot. And then it pops out a capsule with I'm guessing it's a number, maybe a key. I don't know what it is. I never did any of them because I wasn't super thrilled with like any of the particular prizes or anything. But you see these cases and stuff next to it. They show all the prizes that you could get from these machines. Most of the time you just get like a card or something, like a cheap like $1 card or from like a Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that, right? But every once in a while you get a rare, you win basically from these machines. Since they're so expensive, all of the prizes are really expensive as well. Like up here you see a Switch for an S. You've got some very, very expensive like $200 plus figures on the top row, and then everything gets cheaper as it goes down. Gumball machine gambling, who'da thunk it? Yeah, I know, right? I just thought it was super interesting because I didn't remember seeing any of these the last few times that I had been, but obviously I just never been to a place with them. This was the massive mall that was nearby where my hotel was. This is right next to Akibara Station. Yorubashi Akiba. They had a giant screen that I caught multiple times while I was there. They have Apex Legends ads that run. I thought that was so funny. Apex is huge in Japan. Like really, really big. Also, what was the other one that I saw that was like really popular? I think it's Dead by Daylight? Dead by Daylight? That was also one that I saw a lot of merch for around and like commercials for. It was really weird. All right, so I'm not gonna dox myself because I'm no longer here. But this is my hotel, and that's my hotel room. I have never stayed in a hotel where I'm like the room is like floating. It's so weird. I have like my own little bridge to the hotel room. And I think it was on what, like the 8th floor or something like that. I don't remember. Do I have a Oh, I didn't put in the picture where you're looking straight down, but literally like these you could like look over the railing and it just goes straight down for 8 floors and up for another like 4 floors or something like that. Oh god, I want to eat this again. So this is I've been following Onigiri's trip to Japan. It seems like she's gonna be there for months. I thought it was just like a shorter trip, but it sounds like she's gonna be there for like she's already been there for about a month, and she's still got more stuff going on. But this was one of the places that somebody took her, and it looked amazing, and it was literally a block or 2 away from my hotel. So I was like, heck yeah, I gotta try it. And this is tsukemen, which is basically ramen, but the noodles are separate and the broth is super thick and super flavorful. So it's not like a soup. What you do is you you dip the noodles into the super thick broth and then you eat them that way. Ordering Japanese food for dinner. And that chunk of meat was so good. Oh my god. And as might be a theme, most places that I go to, I love Japanese beer. I'm not really, like, I don't drink alcohol that much, but Japanese beer is very light, and like I can drink a whole bottle like that, and like I won't even be buzzed or anything. I just like the taste of it. It goes so well with this greasy food. Yeah, this was one of the best meals that I had when I was over there, for sure. So I went into one of those arcades. Sapporo beer is the opposite. What do you mean opposite? Like not light? I think it is like heavier, but it's a lager type. It's like lighter though. I don't think I've ever had a Japanese beer that had like that full-bodied flavor like most lagers over here do, or like you know, like the German beers and that sort of stuff. It's still light. When I say it's not like a light beer, but it's like it's not like a mouthful, if that makes sense. But acai is my favorite, so I'm glad that it's like it's a regular, like most of the restaurants that I went to were great. We're offering that as an option. But I went to an arcade after, and the top floor of the arcade had retro games, and one of the retro games was The Typing of the Dead, which is basically one of those old arcade shooters where you have like the light guns, except this one you have to type sentences and words in order to shoot the zombies. I don't know if any of y'all have heard of this. I almost got that for my Dreamcast. Yeah, it's like a classic, right? It's like a cult classic. But the entire game, so it says insert coins in English over here, but I was watching it, I was like, is the whole game in English? No, it was in Japanese, so I didn't even try. I don't even know the alphabets that well. I'm not gonna be typing. I just thought it was really funny to see. Here's where I would spend the most of my time the last like 5 days that I was here. I think the last 4 or 5 days that I was in Japan, I spent from around 8:30, was it 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30? Because they closed at 11:30. So most nights I was here for about 3 to 4 hours playing Fate Go arcade, FGO arcade. I think I actually, did I save anything in here? Oh, I think that comes later. DDR machines? Yes. They have a few DDR machines. I didn't take that many pictures because every time I was there were always people at like the rhythm games. There was always at least one person per like set of games. So I don't like taking pictures of people. I think that's rude. So I never got the opportunity to like take pictures of some of the cooler games. But there are some crazy games. Like there's an advanced DDR thing where it like laser tracks your motion instead of you like jumping on a pad with like sensors. You just dance on the ground and it can tell where your feet are. It has like a laser grid that gets displayed on the ground. It's crazy. But I think within the last month, PewDiePie did a video, if you're interested, of where he tried out every single arcade game in one of these places, and I think he hit most of them. At least most of like the rhythm games. A lot of them are really cool looking. So he's got some footage of that. Wait, was there a NES game like that? That's crazy. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is super cool. All of these games, these arcade games, arcade cabinets, they have HDMI out for their video. I never even thought of this, but almost every single set of arcade machines had one of these little consoles next to it. And what it is it's a caster's computer. So somebody can be playing the arcade machine to the left of this, and then they have either a friend or like maybe a professional, maybe they're running like a tournament or something. Somebody sits here and live streams their gameplay and offers commentary over it. And they had these set up all over the place for almost every single machine on this floor and on the like all the card games and the advanced arcade machines. Yeah, it's so cool. I'd never even thought of anything like that, but apparently it's a thing. I saw it twice. Where they were live streaming with commentary somebody's gameplay. It was really, really neat. Oh, this one was really popular. I actually got a picture of it. But there was rarely a time when I saw these machines empty. It's like a DJ. Was it Beatmania? It's like a DJ rhythm game. And I got some more retro games. This is an old Fate Unlimited Codes fighting game that I thought it was neat. And this is a Tokimeki Memorial arcade game that I didn't even know existed. So that's kind of cool. Somebody came through and like made a display for it as well. I don't know. I just thought it was really neat. Oh. Would you like to pilot a Gundam? Because there's arcade games for that. I never got to try one of these. I probably should have, but it was just super daunting. Like at least FGO, I'm familiar with the interface enough where I don't necessarily have to know like the language, have to know exactly what all the buttons do and stuff, because I'm pretty familiar with the interface already. But there were so many like little things. Like I watched somebody play this and it was super complicated. So I didn't end up doing it. But it looks so cool. It's like you're sitting. I wish it was a first person view instead of a third person view. But it looked really neat. Hey. This was one of the multi-story arcades that I walked past every day. It's just called Hey. And then they have it's so weird. For some of the games, they run contests like every month where you compete against everyone else for high scores. And by the end of the month, if you have like a certain number of points, how they calculate things, you actually get to pick prizes. And I'm pretty sure this is one of the prize cabinets that you could get if you win or play like rank highly in one of those tournaments over the course of like the month or the season or however they do it. This was in one of the arcades. Oh yeah, so it was closed when I went past this. So this is right outside of Akibata Station. There's a pop-up shop. I'm pretty sure this used to be the Robo Cafe that closed it down. So there used to be this really crazy robot like show that was super like touristy and stuff. I never got to go, but it closed down the past like couple years. They get hit with it might have been before even COVID. I don't remember. But in this spot, they opened up a pop-up store for, it's not Gundam. I can't remember what it was. Let me see if I got a closer picture. Oh, I can't remember what it was. But it was like limited stuff. Yeah, it's Ultraman. Was it Tokusatsu stuff? But inside there were all like mechs and stuff, like the Gundam types. I think I have some more pictures later on. I just took some pictures on the way home. Christmas decorations in full blast, even though it was November. Some more gacha machines with they really like cats. These ones were a bunch of like really weird poses. I thought it was funny. All right. The next day it rained all day. So I decided to, like, I was already in Akihabara, so I probably could have just sat in arcade all day or something like that. But I decided to go to Sunshine City, which is a giant mall in what's it called? Here we go. I'm looking it up. Oh, it's right it's Ikebukuro. And Sunshine City is like, it's, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of like anime stuff around there. I always think like Akihabara is the anime capital, but it's technically not. It's Akihabara is like the technology center, where its history is all like electronics and bits, and like you can still kind of find little shops that sell parts of electronics and like repair shops and a bunch of other stuff like that. But Ikebukuro, I've heard, is more of the like anime center of Tokyo. So I decided to go there because there's a giant mall with so many things to see. Sunshine City it's called. And thankfully, they have underground and covered walkways all the way from the station to Sunshine City, which was really nice. Look at this. It's just like you can't even see the top. It's like an office building. Oh yeah, I stopped at a cafe once I got there. Get it? You can't go wrong with like tomato and mozzarella. Get some coffee with that. Yes, please. And then, like an idiot, I stood in line for an hour to get into the Mugiwara store, the One Piece store in the mall. Which was really dumb because if I had gone when I first got there instead of going to the cafe, it would have been a shorter wait. And if I had waited until the afternoon, it would have been a lot shorter of a wait as well. But no, just so happens when I decided to go, there was a super long, hour-long wait that I just waited in. I found Panda Man though. They had some cool art on the walls. But again, I was really disappointed with the One Piece stores, like the official One Piece stores. I don't know if it was COVID or what, but they basically had zero stock for anything. And I don't understand why. Like all of their gachapon machines were empty. Multiple products were sold out. They had multiple racks that were meant for products but didn't have anything out. They had very few One Piece Red related merch, which makes sense because One Piece Red came out in August and it was like, it's late November, right? But they still had very, very little merch. It was really weird. So I went there with trying to get at least one more point card filled out. So I needed to spend like $100 or was it 10,000 yen? But I like struggled to find enough to fill out a point card. Needed to spend. Yes, cursed. Needed to spend. I will eventually fill out all of the point cards. Thank you very much. Because you you get exclusive artwork and little cool bits and bops as you progress through their point card system. So yeah, it's dumb, but I've already committed myself. I think I think throughout the past 5 years, I think I'm up to 8 point cards now, something like that. It's sort of embarrassing. But it's really cool. I like it. It's fun. And then I went to the next store over, which was an offshoot of the Pokemon Cafe, where they had this garbage Pokemon was an actual garbage can. I thought that was pretty cool. Here's their menu, all very cute. Is something you're passionate about, nerd? Yeah. But I had basically just eaten, and I knew I was gonna eat lunch or dinner sometime soon, so I didn't want to get a lot. So I didn't end up getting that much here. I probably should have gotten more. But this is what they had, like little tables out. You weren't allowed to eat there. You couldn't eat there. You had to take it out, which is stupid because you can't really like eat anywhere else in the mall. But they had like these little displays up so that you could take nice pictures of your food before you ate it. So I got a little waffle that was honestly really horrible. Would not recommend. It had like icing on it, and the icing melted to the little paper, and it was basically impossible to tear the paper off the waffle. But the ice cream was kind of nice. It had like little frozen strawberries. Yeah, there's the Mugiwara store. There's the line that I stood in. It literally, so you see the back of the store. This line went from here all the way down to the back and then wrapped all the way up, and I stood like here. And I went all the way down, all the way back, and that took me about an hour. But yeah, they had so many like empty shelves and stuff. It was so weird. That's like the size of 2 closets. And there's the Pikachu Sweets Cafe. It's so cute. They're like designers, like graphic designers in Japan are just like popping off all over the place. Everything's just on point. Ow! This is in the middle of the mall. Eggy, a One Piece fan? I didn't know. Wait, Undies, really? You didn't know? I'm a huge One Piece fan. I love One Piece. And if you're being sarcastic, then I understand. But yes, I'm a huge One Piece fan. Highly recommend anyone get into One Piece. So you're a One Piece fan, huh? Name all the pieces. Well, that's easy, Curse, because there's one piece. There's only one piece. Nice. You're a big fan too? Awesome. Undies, have you seen One Piece Red? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you watch it? Did you see the movie? Did you watch One Piece Red? On launch day, let's go! I didn't... Oh yeah, I saw it on launch day as well. I actually saw it the day before it was supposed to release. For some reason, they released it early in my area. I randomly checked one day, and they were like, tickets on sale for tonight. And I was like, yes. Don't mind if I yes. And then I saw it again in Japan. Yeah, the music is so good. Oh, I love all the songs. I love all the songs. Oh my god. Is some fan art of two of the characters. I stay away. I have a thing, right? So I have a thing with like Rule 34 stuff, right? If it's a series that I really, really, really enjoy, I stay away from that as far as like artwork goes. Just because it's like weird to me, because I like try to keep the shows that I really, really, really like sort of like pure and like clean. Like other stuff that's just like mixed or whatever, like I don't really care too much. But stuff like that, like One Piece, like I don't think I've ever actually watched anything like from One Piece, just because I want to keep it safe in my brain. You listen to those 6 songs every morning. Oh, I had the soundtrack. Well, that album, right? The One Piece Red, the songs sung by Ado, the Uta songs. I had that soundtrack on loop while I was in Japan, and I also had the soundtrack for the new movie. What was it? Suzume. The Makoto Shinkai's new movie, Suzume no Tojimari. That soundtrack is incredible as well. I saw that one in Japan. That one just came out a couple weeks ago in Japan. It was good. The soundtrack was incredible. I had those two both on loop the entire vacation. That's why onsen episodes exist. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, sorry, to bring it back to this real quick. At this Sunshine City Mall, they have, I think it's like 5 stories or something like that. But in the very center of it, there's a giant fountain that does like water shows every hour or so. But it's also a stage. And this is now the second time that I've been here where they had live performances. They had, I think, 4 or 5 different boy bands performing. And I took a quick video. Hey, Jambroni, welcome in. We're still going. We're still going over Japan stuff. Yeah, I think I took some pictures. I think there's a picture later, but after all of this was done, they did like a full concert. It took like an hour. The only public performances I saw in my town were the Bible Thumpers, Scare Away the God. Yeah, right. But yeah, they did meet and greets afterwards, which was pretty cool. They had like probably hundreds of girls lined up for the meet and greets after these concerts. Yeah, this is the water fountain. They had 1, 2, 3, 4 bands perform that day that I was there. Extra free live. Oh God, this is a terrible picture. Why did I keep this in there? So this is also right next to the Pokemon Center, which I believe this one is the biggest Pokemon Center. The one in Ikebukuro, Sunshine City. I'm pretty sure this is the biggest one. But it was packed, like shoulder to shoulder. Entire floor space in that store was completely packed when I went there. I was afraid for my life. I like walked through, tried to look at a couple things, but I really couldn't because there were so many people. I did get another picture of the starters though. This was like, the first picture was at the entrance. This is like all the way back in the back corner of the store. And I think these are the only two pictures that I took. Yeah. Because there were so many people there. Okay. I posted this on Twitter. Very sad. So this location at the end of the mall used to be called J World, and it was a Shonen Jump themed amusement park. It didn't really have that many rides. There was like one or two rides with like actual motion. It's all indoors. But what they did have was probably like 24 little areas set up from One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, and a handful of other Shonen Jump properties where there were like little games that you could participate in. There were a couple VR activities that you could participate in. There was a huge cafe with like Shonen Jump branded like food and all of that. It was really, really, really cool. And COVID absolutely destroyed that place. So now it's Namja Town. And it's like a weird cat / character themed area now. It's kind of sad. I wanted to go back to J World. And yeah, you can get all kinds of things from gacha machines, including furniture, in case you didn't know. You can get some nice rice cookers, get some benches. You want to pay $5 for a bench? Because you can. This is 500 yen for a bench. IKEA should adopt that, right? Just have all of their furniture. You need bolts. You go to the gacha machine. This is just so crazy. I need to get this back here. There we go. Is that actual size on the top? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's actual size. They, a lot of the times they'll display like, what you can get, along the top over here. Everything has to come out like in a little capsule, right? So usually they'll be in different pieces and you have to assemble them, but there's nothing too huge generally. They're all pretty small, like little model size. These were so adorable. I wanted to buy all of these. It's Pepe. I don't know what Sanrio character that is. I didn't recognize it. But it's right up there with Pom Pom Pudding and Cinema Roll. Sometimes I wish I wasn't a very large white man and I could pull off something like this, because I freaking love comfy sweatshirts and stuff. Oh, so this looks like a random... This looks like just a random hallway. However, if you look towards the top, they have larger sizes. Don't let your dreams stay dreams. Yeah, I know. I know. I limit myself sometimes. But if you look at the top of this image, you can see a silver bar about maybe a quarter of the way down, maybe 2/3 of the way, right? And then there's like glass panels. So let me use my mouse cursor. So this is a glass panel right here. This is also a glass panel. And this is a metal bar that is right about forehead level for me. I almost killed myself on this. Why they had this here, I will never know. The Gaijin trap. Yeah, I have no idea. But I thought it was funny enough to take a picture of, because I literally did almost kill myself walking into this. I'm actually really surprised that I saw it in time. Oh yeah, and this is Iron Mouse. I posted this to Twitter as well. I'm gonna tell my kids that this is Iron Mouse. I didn't even know what anime this was from. I don't recognize it at all. But it was one of the claw machines. It had a whole machine for this. This was I think this was a Capcom themed area. I'm pretty sure this character is from Monster Hunter. Am I wrong? Does anyone know Monster Hunter? I'm pretty sure this is a Monster Hunter character. But I thought it was neat. It's just randomly there. Fall Guys is apparently a thing. It looks like the Dango Cooks. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Fall Guys is a thing for some reason. The chef from the world. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I haven't played any of those games. I've just watched a little bit of gameplay. Oh man. Another one of my favorite dishes, omurice. This is what I ate for dinner that day. Man, I'm getting hungry again. But yeah, this place, I had been to this place before. It's in the mall. It's on the restaurant level. And there's a very awkward situation where the girl because I had to wait in line to get in here. The girl in front of me was waiting for her friend. So when the lady came out and asked her what party like size she was, she told her two people, and the lady instantly assumed that we were a couple and tried to like usher us in together. And she was like, no, I'm waiting for my friend. I was so embarrassed. I was like, I'm so sorry. And then the long man guy popped out of nowhere. Yeah, probably. This was a chocolate lava cake. It was okay. It was good. It was a nice way to finish off the meal. A spoon knife. It's a weird like spade sort of thing. I have no idea. Oh yeah, this is okay. So I did take a picture. This was the meet and greets. I felt so bad because when they do stuff like this, right? When they do stuff like this, there are lines set up on the floor for each of the dudes, right? But some of them didn't have lines and they were just like sitting there on their phones while others had like hundreds of girls in line to meet them. It was sort of like Cursed, you know that drama that I was talking about? That you were talking about, it was kind of like GTO but for boy bands. So the one of the conflicts in that show was one of the members was like the least popular member, and he was like, he hated the other guys because they were more popular than him. And I was like, yeah, I guess that would happen, huh? And when you're doing events like this and you're doing meet and greets, I guess it becomes super apparent if you're not popular. Oh man, it just sounds, oh man, I hate it. Getting a big head over being in a boy band? Yeah, right? Your height? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I thought that this was a weird little area. It was just like a blank space, and then they had these these random Pokemon starters just sitting there. Are those all kid size? These were actually probably like 7 feet tall, because they were taller than me. Maybe like 6'5" or something like that. They were pretty tall. Wait, 0.1 meters. So this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 1 meter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so they're 2 meters. So yeah, about what, 6.5 feet? I don't know why they have this here, but they had a Pokemon Go store / lab. They had a bunch of like cell phone accessories. It was so weird. It seemed like a massive waste of space. There was like 2 people here. Everywhere else in the mall was like massively full, and this place just had like a couple people just wandering around. They had a bunch of plushies that weren't for sale. It said don't touch the plushies. Then they had some statues. All the gym leaders. What's the point? I have no idea. I have no idea why this was here. Like, it looks kind of neat, but it feels like they really missed the mark with it. Like, they could have done a lot of really cool stuff. I don't know. I still play Pokemon Go, but I've massively fallen off. I used to be huge into Pokemon Go, and now it's just a pain in the butt most of the time to play. Hey, it's she's the main character from the new movie. I took one last picture because they had closed. By the time I left the mall, they had closed up shop at the One Piece store. All right, then I went back. I remember zoos had signs warning people not to chase Pokemon into the enclosures where the real animals were. Right? There was, oh man. I remember hearing a story of somebody who broke into someone's property because they had a Pokemon in their backyard. And they were like, I needed to catch the Pokemon that was in your backyard. And they're like, well, you're getting arrested now. I remember there were so many stories. People getting trampled. I watched, and I still do. There's this dude on YouTube called Trainer Tips. He did a lot of travel videos and stuff, but a lot of really cool, iconic stuff. He lives in Long Beach, California. And he got a lot of like early on, when Pokemon Go first launched. You just see videos of like hundreds of people at Lunch Beach, Long Beach. Somebody would shout out like, "There's a Charizard!" or "A Dragonite spawned over on such and such street," and like literally hundreds of people would run. People had to be prohibited from graveyards in my town when it was at its peak. Oh, yeah. I heard a few stories like that where people were just like tromping all over graveyards and like sacred areas in other countries, you know, that sort of stuff. It's crazy. Like actually crazy. People don't have respect. They actually, I know a couple parks actually closed. Like they literally put fences up around the parks because Pokemon Go was such an issue. Like people were trampling the grass and turning it into like a muddy, disgusting area. So they just literally closed the entire park for like a year. Oh yeah. All right, so I was out pretty late, right? I slept until like, I think it was like 11 or something in the morning. And then I got some Moss Burger. There we go. My brain. It finally worked. Moss Burger. I love Moss Burger. They have teriyaki flavored hamburgers and they're incredible. They're so good. They also have melon soda, which is one of my favorite sodas of all time. Can't really get it in the US. You can at some Asian stores. You can get it. Teriyaki flavored moss. It's Moss, like MOS. Moss Burger. I don't know what it stands for, but they're a massive chain in Japan. They're like everywhere, like on par with McDonald's. This is what the teriyaki burger looks like. No moss. Just burger. Not that either. They also had this, which was interesting. So you can't really see it here, but this is, if y'all know what a croquette is, it's like normally it's like a potato patty that's deep fried with panko around it. Sometimes it's got meat inside it or whatever. But just think like a very large hash brown. Something along those lines. However, this croquette had avocado on the inside of it. And the pictures showed a much, much larger croquette, like the same size as this patty. But it was really, really odd. It was a limited time item, so I had to buy one just to see how it was. This is cabbage, by the way. Well, it's like iceberg lettuce. It's not cabbage. But yeah, I don't know what they were trying to achieve with this one, but it was just okay. It was just okay. I like this one was so much better. Can't go wrong with the classics. I wanted to eat at this place, but I never ended up doing it. Look at this. They have an egg mascot. Look at that. It's a restaurant. I marked it as like want to go, so maybe next time I'm in Japan I'll be able to go there. But it was one of those restaurants that's like only open for dinner or whatever. Creative Asian cuisine. There's a Polish potato pancake called... I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. But I've had... I think German food has a potato pancake as well. I feel like I've had that before. But yeah, it was really good. Like, savory pancakes are awesome. It's just like okonomiyaki. I didn't end up getting it this time, but holy crap, if you're ever in Japan, get okonomiyaki. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. I have this little like hole in the wall place that I went to in Osaka that I had my first okonomiyaki at, and I don't think anything will ever top that experience. There we go. I went shopping. I looked around. There's a bunch of like little card shops high up on the upper floors of some of these buildings. Most of them sell like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. The one that I took this picture from, served with applesauce and sour cream. Oh man, that sounds so good. I want some. But the card shop that I took this picture from, because there's the stairs were on the outside, right? They had PSA graded Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which is PSA is a grading company where you send them a card of yours and then they check it to see how damaged it is, and then they'll give it a grade from a 1 to a 10. Generally, anything that's like 7.5 and up is worth a lot of money if you get it PSA graded. If you have like a perfect 10, that means that there's no marks, there's no fingerprints, there's no scuffs, there's no scratches, there's no bends. Yeah, if you've taken really good care of them and they've been sleeved and protected from humidity this entire time, might be worth it, Cursed. But a lot of people find that like they've never been out of the sleeves. Wow, yeah, might be lucky. There's so many people that have expensive cards from their childhoods, like first edition Charizard or something, but it's literally been sitting in a shoebox for like 20 years. They take it out and they realize that they used to play with it like unsleeved in their deck, and it's just got like chunks taken out of the sides. It's so sad. I love Akihabara. I'm realizing now that I didn't go into any Don Quixotes. Like this building right here, this is it's a Don Quixote. They're basically like variety shops, I guess. They sell literally everything, and most of them are 24 hours. So you can even get like food, drinks, like really anything there. Like they sell bikes, they sell hair dryers, they sell clothing. It's crazy. These places are insane. But they tend to be very overwhelming because they have so much stuff in them. The aisles are very like narrow, and they tend to be very crowded as well. So if you're an anxious person, sometimes they can be a bit of a trap. Sounds like a nicer dollar store. Yeah, kind of. Like in Japan, they have actual dollar stores, like 100 yen stores. One of the biggest ones is called Daiso. This is like an advanced version of that. Yeah, for sure. One of the shops I went to, I saw an original copy of Tokimeki Memorial. Again, I mentioned this before, but Tim Rogers from Action Button, he's basically Action Button. It's him. He has an amazing YouTube channel. He does multi-hour deep dives on video games and how they shaped like the industry and that sort of stuff. And one of his episodes he did on this game to the left there, Tokimeki Memorial, it was a groundbreaking dating sim, like visual novel sort of game. It was one of the first of that type. It says on the box simulation game. And concepts and gameplay from that game basically made it through, like they shaped so many of the series and genres that we know today just from this one game. Again, highly recommend checking out Action Button Tim Rogers. All of his stuff is amazing. Again, I think his review of this game is 6.5 hours long. But I tell you what, it's some of the most entertaining documentary style like YouTube documentaries. So there's like funny bits and stuff throughout the thing. But this guy knows his stuff. Like he actually worked for he works for I think Sony Japan in Japan for like 10 years. So he knows his stuff as well. Yeah, so it was super cool to see this. This is only $50. I should have just bought it just to have it. This is $50. Oh, it's so cool. They had a Square Enix themed store. I don't know why they had this, but they had a meat roasting over a fake fire. Thought that was pretty interesting. Macross. That's what this store was. So you remember that closed store that I was talking about with like the Ultraman on the front right next to Akihabara Station? This is the inside of that now. I finally got around to going when they were open. And all of these figures are Macross. They're like robots that transform from fighter jets. I've never watched this show, but I always love mech stuff and transforming things, so it's really cool to see. All of this stuff is like exclusive figures that you could buy, and they all actually transformed. The one on the left with all the barrels was on the cover of several TTRPG game books from Macross and Robotech. Yeah! Where was it? This one. Yeah, I've seen this one before too. It's so cool. I love all this stuff. I've never really been super into like the TTRPG stuff, but I've heard a lot about it, and I think it's really cool. Look at these. These transform. They're like advanced transformers. I love it. This one shows all the stages of transforming. This one was giant. I think this was like 3 feet long. Oh, you know this? It was so, this is huge. And it literally, like, it transformed as well. I read the books when they came out. Ooh, interesting. Macross Plus was and is amazing. The MC from Breaking Bad was the VA for the main guy. Really? Huh? That's cool. Yeah, it's just like Gundam. I haven't seen so many shows. You can hear it. There's so many good shows. And fandoms in like niches and stuff that I would love to just like dip my toe into and just like check out a little bit, but I only have very surface level knowledge of so much of this stuff. The art was dang amazing for the time. Oh man, that's so cool. They had like old it was so neat to see in person. I'm glad I got some of these photos. I'm glad someone recognizes these and can appreciate them. I just see it and I'm like, ooh, robot look cool. It's rare that you see this where it says on the sign, it says photo okay. I haven't played the Xbox Robotech game. It was one of the first cell shaded 3D games. Ooh, that sounds really cool. They had some henshin belts as well. I don't know what these are from. Like the only thing that I know with belts is like the card at the bottom left says complete selection modification henshin belt Century King Sun Driver. Oh, it's Kamen Rider, of course. Of course. That was what I was trying to think. The only thing with belts for like henshin, henshin means like transform. Oh, there it is. The belt on the left has a pre-order for $450. When I typed in Century King Sun Driver, is the second result on Google. Wait, Macross Plus is a movie? I thought it was a series. If it's a movie, then 100%. Oh, it's probably a series because Azumanga Daioh is a series. I'm just dumb. Don't mind me. You're typing a response right now, but I apologize. There are 4 episodes that made into a movie with some extra scenes. Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds perfect. I should add it to the list for sure. All right, so I have it somewhere. Oh, so if you find it, you could probably get it going in the Discord or something. We could probably find some place to stream it as well. So someone's Discord. Emily. So all of these pictures, so I woke up, I ate the Moss Burger, and then the next thing I ate, I think it was like 6 hours later, I didn't have anything to drink, I didn't have anything to eat, and the next thing I had was this cafe mocha. I don't take good care of myself when I'm on vacation. I I need to do better. But this was delicious. And I found this like hole in the wall, really cool little cafe. Just like a block north of Akihabara Station. It was really, really cool. I just sat here for like an hour just relaxing. And there we go. And then I picked up some white monster, and you can't see it, but I also picked up some Dr. Pepper and a thing of water. And I went to FGO Arcade and I played for, I want to say it was like 3.5 hours that first day that I got in there. So this joystick doesn't move. It just has the little thumbstick that you move with. It's got 2 triggers. This is your attack button, and this giant button in the middle is how you launch your ultimate attack. They're called Noble Phantasms in the Fate lore. The slot that you see over here to the left, that's where you put the cards. So you have a physical deck of cards that they print out from, there's a machine underneath here that physically prints out cards that you get from the gacha. And then you put the cards here and you press a button on screen and it reads the RFID chips inside the cards and it tells you which cards and how many you have there, and then you can like use those to affect the game. Oh yeah. Hand warning as well. I took some video of the first time that I played. I grabbed 399CY and nobody had it. They had a nice tutorial. It was pretty easy to understand, even though I couldn't speak, or I couldn't read what was on the screen. They were like, move around. Yeah, it's Saber. It's just showing me like how to use the camera controls. It got really weird and confusing after that. Yeah. The Fate lore is a crazy beast. I know a lot of it, but I don't know all of it. It was talking about locking on. I'm like, wait, what is it? What does it do? There we go. Yeah, Jack is awesome. She's great. Press this button to change your target. Success. Press this button to attack. It's like you have to press the button to guard. You're supposed to guard. See, I was dumb. I didn't know. Teaching you how to dodge. Teaching you how to use the Noble Phantasm. So you have to press and hold, and it charges up, and it shows you your area of attack. The graphics aren't bad. It's like what, PS2 level graphics. Oh yeah, this is cool. This is the first card that they give you. So this is like the main character's helper throughout Fate Grand Order. It's telling you to reach in and grab the card, and it literally just printed out the card. It's it's so neat. It literally like I've got a picture later on that actually shows the mechanism, but these are literally like blank white cards with like RFID chips on the inside, and it literally just like inkjet prints it into a card front and back on demand. And then like it's saying it's showing when you get a card, you put it into the slot over here, and then you can load it into the game. It looks like Genshin level art, pretty decent. Yeah, it's not too bad. And you just load in, and like this is the first actual like real battle that they have you fight in. And it's just like a 3D fighter. You can dodge, you can attack, you can manually select your attack cards. You get different bonuses if you select different cards before you attack. This was me struggling to figure out the camera when I first started. And yeah, each character has their own like noble phantasm superpower. Some of them are offensive, some of them are defensive. Mash is this character. She's basically like the worst character in the game because she's super defensive. And then once you finish like a mission, it gives you the opportunity to purchase a gacha roll. 100 yen coin for one card. So that's how they make their money. I played a free MMORPG like that for a few days. A couple lines of story, clear a dungeon, a couple more lines of story, clear a dungeon. Yeah, it's the mobile version of this is like a full-blown visual novel with like hundreds of hours of dialogue, like really involved plots, really crazy, like all kinds of characters and all of that. I played through in the 4 days that I played FGO Arcade for like maybe 2 to 3 hours a day. I completed the full campaign, like the full story campaign. It was very, very abridged compared to the mobile game, which I think as an arcade game like this, you have to be. It has to be abridged. Like you can't have all of that dialogue and stuff. Have someone sitting there for hours and hours just reading. I think this was my first 10 pull because they give you a bunch for free. I should hire some teenagers to write a sappy story and some artists to make it pretty. Bring in the whales. Yeah. Yeah, that's Boudica. I don't know why she's dressed like that. uh, I pulled Mordred. She's a 5-star, like one of the rare ones. And I actually, her card was shiny. So there's you can get all of the cards in the game that just print out normal, like you saw the first card that I get. But there's a super rare chance that a card will print out, like, I don't know if they call it a holo or a foil or whatever. Yeah, Boudica is for sure. But you can't really see it well here, but they have like this extra shimmery effect that they print onto the card. It's like almost glitter. I had fun. I used her a lot. And then they closed at 11:30 and I got kicked out. This is one of the old Sega buildings. It's just an outlet store now. It's really, really sad. I was in here so many times the last few times that I went to Japan. And then I got Domino's. I like Domino's Japan. This was a special pizza that they had, limited time. I imagine you being ushered out with a straw broom by a harried employee every night. So, one night, literally, that almost happened. I was using the last of my, because like when you sit down, you have to like buy in for a certain amount of the currency. And the way that night happened to play out, I was facing the final boss of one of the storylines at like 11. It was like 11 o'clock. And they closed at 11:30. And it took me so long to beat it. I think I had to do 2 attempts or something like that. That I was literally, I killed it with like a minute to spare before the place closed. And I literally had an employee like standing over my shoulder, like ready to like kick me out. he kept, once 11 o'clock hit and there was like a half an hour, every 5 minutes the employee would like wander over, because I was like the only one on the floor at that point. He would like wander over and start like cleaning the machines around me. Like every 5 minutes he would show up. But I did beat it and I skedaddled at that point. It was just funny. All right, and this is one of the classics. Yeah, the pizza is really good. They have 4 topping pizzas where they have like a seafood, and they have like a ham and mushroom, and then they have this isn't pineapple, but it's like some sort of special cheese, I think, and tomato, And then this is just like sausage and bacon. And it's like a thin crust pizza. It was good. I really like Domino's in Japan. It's unique. I couldn't eat it all the time, but it's good every once in a while. Oh yeah. Whoops. Play. So, do you recognize this guy? Do you recognize this guy?
This meme is already nothing but a memory.
He was on TV. He has a regular segment on this TV station. And I just so happened to catch it one night. I thought it was so funny. He even did this is a long segment. I recorded like most of it, but I could totally play a random foreign white guy on Japanese TV. So the thing is he's fluent though. Most of his segment is in Japanese. They're talking about learning, remote learning, I think. His segment is usually like American news and like American culture stuff. All right, where's the piece? He has a card for this one as well. Here it is. Oh, it's so funny. Question: why are Americans so big? Answer: we have big bones and are lazy. Next, yes. I thought this was so funny though.
This meme is already nothing but a memory.
All right. So this is the next day. I used the same machine all like 4 or 5 days that I played. And it turns out when you are a new player and you use the machine and you are spending a lot of money and you're printing a lot of cards, eventually it runs out of cards to print. So the game shut off at one point and it had an error message on screen and it said call staff. And you scan this QR code and it leads you to a website and you call the staff, and the QR code is specific for this machine, so they know exactly where to go. So I had to call the staff. He came over, read the error code, and it turns out that it was just out of cards. And as you can see, they had some spare card sets over here that he loaded into the machine. See this? There's this like tray right here, and he unwrapped these cards, he loaded them into the tray, and he made sure that everything was all set. This is the printer. It's so cool to see. Oh no, our game cabinet, it's broken. And then again, I got kicked out at 11:30. So I walked down the street and I got something to eat. This was so good. I love gyudon. I've had IDs printed on those kinds of printers, surprisingly good quality. Yeah, it's amazingly good quality. It's so good. Like, really, really good. I'm really impressed. I want to eat this right now. I'm so sad. This was so good. Yeah, wistful sigh. Mm-hmm. Even the so you see this like metal thing at the top? they it doesn't come like this. They give you an egg and you have to crack the egg into this, and then this it leaves just the yolk. So the shell and the egg whites are in this cup, and you just use this and you drain all the rest, and it just leaves the yolk, and then you put it up. Not for general use. uh, and then the next day, I went to Odaiba. Team Lab. So I don't know if anyone's heard of Team Lab before, but they basically specialize in visual, like sometimes it's like touch. It's like sensory exhibits, I guess. It's almost like a little museum, but for really crazy visual things and sensory things. Like to get in here. There we go. You walk up this path. It's completely dark except for these little lights. And then at the very top here, you take a left and you have to walk uphill. Kind of. Not really. So you have to take your shoes off, your shoes and socks off. You have to be barefoot, and you have to roll your pants up to your knees because a few of the exhibits actually have knee-deep water that you have to walk through. And this was the first one that you get to. You turn this corner and you walk uphill through like running water that like goes up to your over your ankles. And this was another exhibit. It was so cool. I could have stayed here for a long time. With things. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that would be pretty awesome. This is that room, that same room. I'm taking a picture of the ceiling. The entire room is made of mirrors. You can see the other people, and you can see it's, oh man, it's so trippy. It's so trippy. But it was awesome to experience. Especially with like the sound and the lights going around is crazy. This was another room. Literally, it was like a domed room with a reflective floor. I kept feeling like I was gonna fall over, because it gave you the sense that you were like in motion, even though you were standing still. Living art exhibits with Monet and Van Gogh. Ooh, I wonder. I know they've done a bunch of stuff, the Team Lab stuff. They used to have another one that I really wanted to go to, but it's closed. They're moving it. So next year they're reopening in a different location. But this was the only one that I got to go to. Oh man, I thought I had a. Hold up. I liked the flowers, but again, it was all like mirrors, so it was really hard. Like every picture that I took, it was like me in the picture. All right, is this one okay? Is this one okay? There we go. All right, I think this one's okay. Here we go. This exhibit was live flowers hanging from the ceiling. They like it was a very humid room, and these types of flowers could survive just from like the air. It was so cool. You got to like crawl underneath them, and then like you could stand up in the middle of the exhibit. And they had them all like motorized, so they're all like moving. The rows of flowers were moving up and down. Really, really cool concept. And again, again, there was another one where it was like supposed to be outdoors and raining. You had to use one of their umbrellas, and they had a bunch of like reflective metal rocks and moss and a bunch of other stuff. It looked awesome, but all of the pictures just like showed my face. So I was like, I guess I'm not gonna show those. It was really cool. I think it was like $20 to get in, and I went through the whole thing in like maybe 45 minutes, a little under an hour. I thought it was super worth it. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. I got to see Tokyo Big Sight for the first time. Well, I mean, I'd always seen it. I've seen it every time I go to Japan, but I wanted, since I'm like by myself now, so I can do what I want. So I wanted to go in. I wanted to see what it was like on the inside. Yeah, perfect date. Perfect date idea. Yes, 100%. It was all, unfortunately, the time that I went was like morning, and it was all like families and old people. I went in. So there's this is actually a convention center. All of this that's in here are just meeting rooms. Nothing too crazy. There's a giant escalator that leads up to it though, which is really neat. It was really cool to ride that. But all around it were the actual like convention center floors and buildings. So I thought this was the actual convention center, but the actual like convention center stuff with like exhibits and all of that crap, that happens in the outer buildings that like surround it. And I went up, I took some pictures. It was really neat, nice and high. Odaiba has some of the coolest architecture I've ever seen. It's basically like they took this whole island and they designed it for like the future. They're like, this is what buildings will look like in the future, for sure. think this is a museum and an observatory. I can't remember. I've definitely been in here though before. I can't remember what it was. I think it's like a science museum. I'm walking over to the mall where the Gundam is. Once again, like the fall colors are just gorgeous. Look at this. It was super gray that day, but it was really nice outside. There it is. A life-size Gundam. Actually massive. It's different. So the last time that I was here, they had a different Gundam here. Must have taken a lot of Lego sets, right? But I think last year or the year before, they put up this new one. This is like the Unicorn Gundam. But they had the I don't remember what its name is, but the really iconic one is the first one that they had here. The idea of bipedal robots in space is silly, right? Like the idea of bipedal robots in general is kind of silly. But that doesn't stop me from loving Mech Warrior. All right, so I was hungry by the time I got to the mall. So I was also stupid. So I wanted to go into the Gundam store. That's like super famous. It's like world famous. It's the biggest Gundam store like in the world. And I was dumb. I forgot that they did tickets, like entry tickets. Like you have to wait to get in. So what I should have done is went straight to the Gundam store and gotten my entry ticket and then gone to eat. But I didn't think about that. So that leads to some stupid stuff later. Mech Warrior was cool and much more realistic. Macross and Gundam at least had pretty robots. Yeah. Though I have to say, you can hear me typing. Hold up. I'm trying to find something. All right, this is the model version of this. Oh, it's trying to save it as a WebP. I hate that. Here we go. Oh, it's called Timberwolf. That's why. Specific one that I was looking for. Whatever. I'm just gonna take a snapshot of one. Close, close. Huh? It really doesn't want me. really doesn't want me to show this on stream. Jeez. There we go. This guy. This guy will always have a special place in my heart. I freaking love this design. This is my favorite design. God, it's so good. Was it Mad Cat or Timberwolf? Apparently it goes by. I remembered it as Mad Cat. I played all the old 3D MechWarrior games. They're so good. I worked with a guy who helped make MechWarrior 2 for Xbox. Got to play it a lot on the clock at that job. Ooh, that's awesome. MechWarrior 2 was so good. Oh, so good. That's the one with the, hold up. The animated video at the beginning of that, like, literally is seared into my brain as one of the greatest, most tense, like, like openings to a game that I've ever watched. It's so good. That was the company that made cell phone games. Fun times. We watched the entire first season of Battlestar Galactica remake for research. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. Sounds like a fairly cool place to work. For research. Nice. Nice. This was really good. It wasn't like mind blowing or anything, but it was a pretty solid yakisoba. Good breakfast. The chicken was amazing. Japanese fried chicken, the karaage, is so good. Oh my god. They had a bunch of Doraemon stuff. They had a special post box for actual mail. And then they had a post box for future mail. It was like a kids themed store. They had a Doraemon with a Christmas tree. They had a poop museum. The one who had round hands, right? Yeah, Doraemon is from the future and has like hundreds of gadgets for like every scenario. Yeah, this it looks like a seal or something. I don't know what exactly he is. This guy. They had a poop museum. I sort of looked at it. I wanted to go in, but they didn't have anything about like toilets or bidets. It was all just poop. So I decided not to. They had a Hello Kitty mech. Hello Kitty inside of a Hello Kitty mech. That was pretty cool. This is like 4 feet, 5 feet tall. It's pretty crazy. The Gundam base Tokyo. And if you look to the right, you can see the very long lines that I would have to wait in. There's a 3D Hello Kitty mech versus Gundam web series. Lots of fun. Oh, that's cool. the Gundam base, Tokyo. So I found out right at this point. I think this was like noon. I was like, hey, I would like to go in, please. And they were like, here's a ticket with your entry time. And it was for 4 hours later. So I had to find something to do for 4 hours. So I walked around. Apparently, this is a little show that happens every hour, I think. That's a lot of waiting. Yeah, I just checked out the mall. Like I just walked around the whole mall, bought a couple things, and then I had some other place that I wanted to go in Odaiba, so I just went there. This is the mall. It's called Diver City. I decided since I had so much time, I would just walk to the next place. This Venus Fort used to be a massive mall. Massive mall. My first trip to Japan, this was like one of the first places that I went to, because Odaiba was like a huge like wish list thing for me. Like I wanted to go. But it turns out now, oh, this little park was so cool. So I was like, let's just check out like how it is now. And then I realized the building next to it used to be connected to it. It used to be like sort of one building. And this whole building had been demolished. So like all of this area, it used to be built up. It used to be a mall as well. They used to have like showrooms and car stuff and a bunch of other crap there. Completely torn down. Almost completely. The mall itself was completely blocked off. So I'm assuming this is next in line for demolition. It was just like a ghost town. All the doors were locked and boarded up. It was really pretty inside too. They had like artificial night skies, and it almost looked like a Venice. Like they had some cool architecture and stuff on the inside. But now it's all blocked off and it's probably gonna get demolished. Just like this place. Continuing on, there's this giant bridge, again with the like Odaiba like place of the future sort of theme. I love these light fixtures. They're so cool. This giant wide bridge. No cars, it's just for pedestrians and bikes. Here's a better look at the demolition. It's so crazy. I can't believe I was like in that building a couple years ago. Here's one of the hotels. This was a sign on one of the restaurants. Stay hungry, stay foolish. That should be my motto. Just from the bridge over the highway. Again, the architecture in Odaiba is so cool. Like even these are just like regular office buildings, but they look so cool because they have like this just unique design to them. It's like, I wish more places were like this. They just like took some chances with the design of their office buildings and stuff. Looks like a villain's base from Thundercats. Yeah, it kind of does, huh? All right, this is where I was going. This is a place called Small World. And what it is it's almost like a museum, but they have a bunch of different rooms and a bunch of different attractions, all with like tiny models, like scale models of a bunch of stuff. And not only do they look cool and they're like small and they light up, but they have regular not interactive, but they have regular like programs that run that you can watch things happen like in real time. So like when I got there, they were launching this spacecraft. Yeah. So this just loads it in place, and then my next video.
After all, before you do good. 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting.
That's crazy.
T-minus 15 seconds. I just received journal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition was bar. 6, 5,
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All
It looks cool. It looks so cool. And then you're like, oh, there's a pole. There's a pole. It's so neat though. I love it. I love it. They were just like full of little teeny exhibits and stuff. Like every little place that you looked, there was something moving. There's some little detail. Oh, is that why they do that? I guess that makes sense. I never even gave it a second thought. Huh. The cars moved around. They had a special Sailor Moon crossover. Yeah, it's like the Mr. Rogers Village. Yeah. It's so cool. It was hard to take a picture of this because there wasn't really a good angle to get it from. It's like just to the left of this was like a hallway, like a beige hallway. And then to the right of this was just like a corner of the room. So it was really hard to get a picture that even looked good of this place. It was really weird. I wish they did a better job of framing this. They had like different eras. They had like a steampunk, like future world. They've got like this old school, like Chinatown sort of feel. It's just so neat. Like I could have spent hours just like trying to find all the little details. I saw people running around with like little like I Spy books where each exhibit had like 10 things that were super hard to spot, but they gave you like hints, and when you found them you could like check it off. But I never got one of those. I mean, I don't know if they had them in English or whatever. Yeah, IRL Where's Waldo? Yeah, it was so neat. But I saw a bunch of kids and young couples running around trying to find all the stuff. Cow abduction. This is the Haneda Airport. They had a scale model of the Haneda. I'm pretty sure this is the Haneda Airport. It might have been a different airport, but I thought for sure that this was one. Oh. I don't know if you've seen Evangelion. The launch could be faster. But I think the idea of this is so cool. Oh, I don't know. Probably probably just the kanji is different. Oh. Apparently, it's not yokai. I thought it was yokai. It's yokai with an R. There's an R at the beginning of it. So that's how they're different. Huh. Yeah, they dropped the R. That's so weird. I never even thought to look that up. I'm looking at the same thing. Stack Exchange. OP. And then they have an entire cityscape. To the left, there's like more detail, but they also have, was it Tokyo 3? Something like that? I don't remember what it was, what it's called. Right? It's so cool. So what sucks for me is they have projectors like mapping like the outside over here, right? They've got projectors mounted on the walls that are like projecting the scenery. And I think it was like every 5 minutes they ran through the cycle of like they retract all the buildings and then they bring them back out. Why can't you use the projectors and like project an angel and then have like an alarm or something like that, and then have the angel get destroyed and then have the city come back? I was pretty disappointed that it was just like they didn't do any like of the multimedia stuff. It was just this. Licensing? It's fully licensed. Like they have the branding everywhere. But maybe the animation stuff, maybe? I don't know. Maybe animation is different. This is me running back. I spent too long. What model is this? This is the real world. I spent too long at Small World, and I literally had to run to the nearest train station to catch a train to make it. Yeah, 1-to-1 scale model. Yeah. To make it back for my time at the Gundam store. I almost didn't make it. There was way more things at the at Small World than I thought, so it took me way more time, but it was really enjoyable. I really liked it. The life-sized Gundam statue. So apparently in Fukuoka they have another one. So this is the original one that was in Tokyo. It's been replaced now with the one that I took a picture of. You underestimate my social awkwardness. Yeah, apparently they have full models in Fukuoka, Shanghai, and Yokohama. Actually, somebody posted on Twitter. I think I commented on it. But this one in Yokohama, the Gundam dock, it moves. It does a full move. Like, it actually like it looks incredible. I didn't even know that was a thing until like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that. They've got a bunch of limited models that they've collected. It's so cool to see the giant. Oh my god. Oh, it's so neat. This is a $500 Gundam. Premium. Looks pretty cool though. They had displays all over the place at this store. Oh, this one's out of focus. I must have selected the wrong photo. This one, I took a picture because it lit up. And these are characters from the new Gundam show. I've heard that it's really good. Like the new Gundam. It's been like years since they had like an accessible Gundam show for like regular watchers. And apparently this one's pretty good. And then I left. I took a lot more photos, but my face is in a lot of them because it's all glass. One of my friends has the $1,000 Cybertron 3-foot transforming model. That's crazy. I was super hungry after this. So I walked past. This was like, whenever you see a line at a store, you're at a restaurant, you're like, ooh, that's probably good. So I stood in line and I looked it up and I was like, yeah, this place seems pretty good. Gyukatsu, so it's like meat, like cow meat steak katsu. I called him a Transformer nerd and now he calls me an anime and computer nerd. Fair. But this these restaurants, they deep fry these pieces of meat just so that the very edges get cooked and the inside is still like raw. And what you're supposed to do is, you don't see it in this photo, but up here to the left, there's a little grill, like a hot plate. And before you eat this, you pick up the piece and you sear it on there and you cook it a little bit, and then you dip it in either, this is soft-boiled egg, this is radish with a sweet sauce, this is curry, and you got some pepper and some soy sauce, you know, that sort of stuff. I had seared tuna like that, did not like. Oh man, really? I freaking love tuna like that. It's so good. This was really good. It wasn't mind-blowing. I was expecting mind-blowing. And then this lights up at nighttime. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. They did such a good job with the details. And this lit up too. There are medallions, and only the outer 1/8 of an inch was cooked. For the cost, we should have cooked it all the way. Curse, that's the point! That's so funny. Oh yeah, this is what I came back to. My entire floor at the hotel was completely trashed. They had like 2 of the doors were open. They're obviously like in the middle of cleaning, but this was like 10 o'clock at night. So I have no idea what was going on. Like, I'd never seen it such a mess before. I asked for water and got a bottle of Perrier. I'm guessing that's a like a sparkling something or other. Perrier? Oh, okay. I don't French well. All right, I have a question. What is 2,500 hours? It was soda with no flavor. Oh, so it was just sparkling water. Okay. Okay, I've been meaning to ask this. I've been meaning to share this photo. Business hours. Excuse me. Can anyone explain what 2,500 hours is? That's what I'm assuming too. I just thought it was so funny. Like they must have meant 100 hours. Wait, 100 hours. It must have meant, yeah, 100 hours. That's how you say it. I just thought it was funny because like I'd walked past 100, thank you. That's right. I'd walked past after midnight at least once and they were closed. So that made me even more confused. And it wasn't a Sunday. It was a weekday. I like looked at it and I was like, aren't they supposed to be open till 1 o'clock in the morning? 1 a.m.? If that's what 2,500 hours means? I have absolutely no idea. After midnight? Were you letting it all hang out like the sun? No. All right, so the next day I went to Shibuya in Shinjuku. Shibuya Station will never be complete. It's always under construction. Very annoying. I can't imagine like living there and constantly having all of that going on. What's going on with the guy's face? He has dolls dancing next to him. He has like you know how they do that where they have like dolls to the left and the right and you have like bars connecting you all? Yeah, like the talent show thing. Yeah. They got lots of it is creepy. It's very creepy. Lots of soccer stuff going on. Lots of soccer advertisements. Blue Lock just is still releasing. It's in the fall season. Blue Lock is like a soccer anime crossed with like Dragon Ball Z and Squid Game. It's crazy. I've been enjoying it a lot. But along with the World Cup and everything, there's so many advertisements and so many things happening with that. Speaking of which, apparently Japan beat Spain 2-1. I need to watch the highlights of that game because I completely missed it yesterday. Seeing I guess we'll get to a picture of that, but I got to watch one of the games in Japan. Actually, both of the games in Japan. I caught like the last 15 minutes of the Germany game, and then I watched the whole game against I forgot the other team that they played against. That they completely sucked. But it was super cool. After the Germany game, like everyone was popping off. Why do they run like kids pretending to be an airplane when they score? The world may never know. Maybe that's the approved form of celebration. Maybe they get a red card if they do anything else. More construction. NFT advertisements. Very wonderful, very cool, very chill. I don't understand the appeal of soccer, and I played it for 3 years as a kid. I also played it for a couple of years as a kid, but I don't know. I really enjoy it in small doses. I don't think I could be a huge fan all the time. But that's just like me in sports right now. I'm not really a super sports guy anymore. Used to be super into baseball and football. I meant to go visit this. This is a giant golden egg, just randomly. Do you see that? Was it hooliganism? There's a giant golden egg. I meant to go see what this was, but I completely forgot. No giant golden goose nearby? No. Unfortunately. Tower Records. It's an institution. Looks pretty cool. Excellent! I've gone over this enough, I think. But basically, so again, they're a chain. There are egg slut restaurants in the US. These were really good, okay? However, one, it was expensive. One of these sandwiches were both over $10 a piece. That's insane, especially for Japan, okay? Second, I had to wait 45 minutes for my food. Literally ordered, got my coffee, sat down. 45 minutes later, these showed up. They called my number. That's too much. And third, these things were so wet and sticky and gross. They tasted good, don't get me wrong, but they were such a pain to eat. They were just like falling everywhere. The one on the right was literally like 2 buns, scrambled eggs, and sausage. Like the scrambled eggs, just like when you took a bite, it all just like fell out the back. And the one on the left, I was super lucky. I took a bite into it and the yolk splattered all over the tray. It missed me, but it could have hit me. So yeah, they tasted good, but I think there were plenty of negatives to the experience. The Kuma burger, I don't know what that reference is. Oh yeah, I went to another Mugiwara store. Once again, empty shelves, very little product. I didn't end up buying anything here. I'm also pretty sure they had a sign up that said no photography. But I didn't see it when I took the pictures, so here we go. The 109 building. It's a heavy metal themed restaurant. The Kuma burger has an egg over easy on it. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I love burgers with eggs on them. It's so great. This guy was like a gacha mascot. Oh, I didn't even notice in the top left there. The bot's kind of covering it, but what that cat doing? Hey, Jambroni. We're actually just about to wrap up here. And I say that, but I've still got like a few pictures. Stone Ocean. The new JoJo's just dropped yesterday, I think. This building was so cool. This is Shinjuku. Such a cool looking area. I wonder if there's another one of these round buildings on the other side. Wonder if it'll transform as soon as a kaiju attacks. More likely than any other building, probably. Hey! Alright, so one of my favorite anime is Shirokuma Cafe, Polar Bears Cafe. And they had a pop-up cafe in Shinjuku celebrating the 10th anniversary of the anime. And I'm so glad I got there. I got there on like the second to last day, I think. But these are all the main characters. It's so cute and it's funny and it's a great like Japanese learning tool as well because they use pretty simplistic language a lot of the time. But it's really, really funny. This guy owns a cafe. And this guy is a very lazy panda named Panda who has to find a part-time job. And it's basically just like him hanging out at the cafe telling them about his experiences. And actually, this guy, Penguin-san, he's the reason why I tried Cafe Mocha for the first time. Because he always goes to the store, or he goes to the cafe and he's like, Cafe Mocha. And now I'm addicted to Cafe Mocha. Yeah, I've loved this show for like years and years. They had some special bookmarks. They had some custom plushies. I ended up getting a mug that said that was like a 10th anniversary mug and in a bag that was branded as well. Also, tell me this doesn't look like a bloody sign. Tell me this doesn't look like a bloody sign that says body bag on it. Why would you need more than one body bag? Maybe when you murder 2 people? I don't know why it's funny to me. It's just, I don't think I've ever heard them called body bags before. Especially the sign, it looks bloody to me. It's so funny. I went to Nakano Broadway, which has a ton of like secondhand shops. I'd always wanted to go there, but I'd never gone before. So I was in Shinjuku already, so I was like, it's just a short little trip over. I think it's like a 5-minute train ride, 5-10 minutes. I took a picture at a con where a sign was advertising hard rigid sleeves for comics, but it didn't say comics on it. This place Here we have all kinds of socks. For all your socks needs. Fashion leg shop. It's so good. It took so much willpower not to purchase this. F yeah, sucks. Sucks. These are the for One Piece, they have Portrait of Pirates figures, and this is a deluxe figure. It's like one of the higher end figures that you can get, and I really wanted to get this, but this box was massive, and I knew it wouldn't fit in my luggage. I really want this. I might try and find a way to get it, like buy something online. I didn't even realize they had this. Like this was the thing. But it's like $100, so maybe I can find some way to ship it here instead of taking up literally half of my large suitcase with one box. Also, very frustrating. The white monsters have been completely removed from all of the vending machines. They used to have white monsters everywhere in Akihabara. Now they all use the one on the left, the like pink one. It's a punch. It's one of the like hydrating energy drinks. It's like a juice. I hate it. No, thank you. Give me back my white monster. I'm never going back to Japan. I only found one store. I had to go into a store that had white monster, and that was the only place that I'd ever that I saw in my entire trip that had white monster. It's my favorite flavor. Very upsetting. This is Knockin' on Broadway. Third floor, something like that. You come off the stairs and it's just basically like half the shops are shuttered and half of them are open. White monster home, abominable snowman. Isn't the white one lemonade-esque? No, it's more of like a berry flavor as far as I know. I'm not good at picking out flavors. I just know it's white flavor. I don't know what white monster. Let me see if somebody has it. White monster drink flavor. Light refreshing citrus. Okay, so I guess it is like a light lemonade then. Whatever it is, it's delicious. Very, very good. Become a manga hero and take pictures. I didn't take a selfie here. I just took a picture of the thing. I don't know if I want to be a manga hero. It seems like a lot of responsibility. I love English taglines. Vintage Cafe. 1,000 flavor that blow. The TTS voice. Oh man. Oh yeah, they did, huh? Weird. I forgot there's a different spelling of flavor. It's like EU. And I'm guessing Canada uses that spelling as well. They misspelled Mandrake. Oh yeah, huh? Uses Queen's English. Okay, that makes sense. The same with color. Color is spelled differently as well. Gray. Gray is spelled differently as well. Those are the ones that always pop in my head. Fresh balance. Tasty organic. Love and courage nutrition. 1,000 flavor that blow. God, it's so funny. Gray with the E is proper spelling. Debatable. This made me so sad. What? Here we go. Why did it leave? No debate. With an A is wrong. All right, y'all see this? This is the JoJo's Cafe. Not JoJo's Cafe. This is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure themed bar. I first heard about it. The Anime Man did a video. About this place. Ooh, yeah, I can go back. Hold up. Thanks. All right, cool. There we go. So yeah, I found out about this from a video from the Anime Man, and it looked amazing. He's done, I think, 2 or 3 videos from here now, along with various other people that I follow. I think I showed up around 5 o'clock on a Monday. I checked Twitter, they were open. I peeked my head in the door, and the guy that runs the place looked at me and said, "Reservation?" And I was like, "No." And he goes, "All full." And I was like, "Huh?" I didn't even know they did reservations. I hadn't heard anything about reservations at all about this place. And there were like plenty of open seats. So I don't know if he just didn't like the look of me or what. It was weird. I know plenty of foreigners have visited this place for sure, but I don't know. Very disappointing. Very sad that it never got to actually go there. Oh yeah, and this is Dome City. I don't think the roller coaster works anymore. Because I was there, what, 3 years ago? I like went past this area and the roller coaster wasn't running. And then like, what, last week when I was there, the roller coaster wasn't running as well. It would decapitate you going through that circle, right? No, apparently it, like I've seen it run before, like 5 years ago. I was here and I actually saw it running. Maybe 6 years ago now, something like that. So I know it ran at one point. And I think it's the fisheye lens that I have on for this. It makes it look worse than it is in that circle. Moomin Cafe. Yet another place that I needed a reservation to that I didn't get. However, yeah, they're so cute. I love the Moomin characters. However, this is a bakery as well as a cafe. So instead of sitting down in the cafe portion, I was just able to go to the bakery section, pick out some crap, and pay for it and get a drink, and then I just ate outside. It was really nice. Just a light snack. This was my last day, so I had. Was it my last day? Yeah, it was my last day. It was Monday. So I knew I had a large dinner planned for like 2.5, 3 hours later. So I didn't want to eat too much, but I ended up eating too much. This was pretty filling. This was a little sandwich with like cream cheese and lox. That was really good. And I got a little Moomin pin. I got super lucky. There were like 8 different styles of pins that you could get randomly from these boxes. And I got the Moomin. I think it's probably like super rare. I don't know. I'm assuming since it's like a recognizable main character. Lox and cheese bagels are good. They're so good. I love those. Some more pictures of the attractions. They have the reason why I wanted to go here is if you come here by yourself, you actually get a stuffed Moomin that they sit next to you at the table. And I was like, this is perfect. I really, really wanted this. But I didn't get into that cafe itself. However, they had one outside in the line to get in. So I got to sit next to one anyway. This place is pretty cool. A little bit down the road, there's a jump shop, which has like everything Shonen Jump. It's like all the major series. It's got products from them. And I told y'all I'm addicted to enamel pins. This is like 30 different enamel pins from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the latest. This is like the anime that's airing right now from that series. But I didn't like any of these designs, so I didn't end up getting any of them. They're like I have a couple characters that I really like, but they weren't represented here. And then the stands that they showed have like the art style is really, really weird. I didn't feel like displaying any of these. So I didn't end up getting any of them. They had Naruto and Kintoki. I don't think I'd ever seen anything like this before. Like Gintama's huge, but It seems like they don't have a huge presence in Japan anymore. I think that's Bleach. Huh? Cursed. Are you kidding me? Gintama. If you haven't watched Gintama, watch Gintama. It's amazing. Very, very good. I had one last destination. It wasn't this place. This place is Dickie's Barbecue Pit. I just saw it when I was walking past. Apparently they've been around since 1941. Yeah, the giant doggy thing in Gintama is cool. Yeah. There's so many good characters in Gintama. All right. As my last, basically my last thing that I did in Japan, I took a pilgrimage. Another pilgrimage. I went to, I believe, what is the largest Toto showroom in Tokyo. They had many a bidet. I took so many pictures here. We found the place that made his favorite toy. Oh my god. These samples and bathrooms and all of that were so incredibly expensive. It actually made me sad. It was crazy. So like these, like just to give you an estimate. So these toilets that have the bidets built into them, like the all-in-one units, were like starting at $5,000. Like $5,000 for this. And then they had pricing sheets on all of these like these showroom cubicle things for like all the decor and stuff as well. And like on average, they were like tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah, like this one right here, this one on the left, really simple. Like this is basically the bidet that I have at home, but it's on a very small Toto toilet. $2,000 for this toilet. $2,000. And this one, which is even more all-in-one, but it's beige, this one is $2,500. This middle one. This one that you see to the right is $7,000. $7,000 for this right here. I don't even know. I don't know how businesses afford to like like there's bidets everywhere in Japan and they're so expensive. Call it the captain's chair. Nice. Yeah, this is showing like you can customize all the colors and different tanks and that sort of stuff. These are so nice. But again, so expensive. The geriatric bidets as well. These were even more expensive with all the assists. When I get older, I'll be using this. They also had like, if you look at the remote controls, they have super large buttons. It's funny. Do they have a standing assist one? That would be cool. I'm pretty sure that's what this one is right here. I'm pretty sure this is an up and down assist right here. No, it's a showroom. Jim Brody, it's a showroom. I wish I got a closer look at this, because I would be willing to bet that this is like 15 to 20 grand right here. A showroom with no models, lame. I mean, they had sales girls all over the place, but they were in like suits, so I guess not. Yeah, Jambroni, look. Okay, you see this? This looks really basic. This is the exact same model washlet that I have on my toilet at home. I paid $300 for it off of Amazon. But if you include everything right here that you see here, it's 1,090. Sorry. It's 191,000 yen. So it's somewhere around $1,500 with the conversion rate for a toilet. This one's almost another $1,000, even more than that. And then this one to the right is about $7,000 right here. Is there a porcelain shortage in Japan? I have no idea. I had no idea they were this expensive. I have absolutely no idea. So that's why I'm thinking, like, if the regular one was like 2 grand and then the like sort of high end one was like 7 grand, something that like lifts you off the toilet, this has got to be an extra like 5 grand at least. I mean, Ludwig's bidet is like $500. It's not cheap. But yeah, it's not like thousands of dollars either. The rest of the showroom was pretty cool. And then finally, I got to try one out for myself. Yeah, they had like the super high-end models in the bathroom attached to the showroom. You can get the toilet attached one for only $50. Yeah, but those ones are like crude and they have cold water only. And they don't heat the toilet seat. You know, it's a bunch of stuff. Like, you need the heated toilet seat, and you need the warm water. It's just like getting the electronics just makes it so much better. But I'm definitely glad he has a cheaper version for sure. All right, now I'm just heading back. Like I said, this was basically my last day. Just taking some pictures. Shinjuku. I made it back to Tokyo with about an hour to spare for my last meal. So I decided right next to Ginza, there's this really, really cool park that I wanted to look at, just like walk around in. It's really beautiful, right in the middle of the city. Leaves Leaves were still changing. That was really cool. Flowers were still blooming. There's a couple little huts. I think this was like a little tea house she could get tea from. Some of the last photos. And there we go. There's my last meal. I got a reservation and I ate my last meal at Ginza Steak, which is an all-you-can-eat Wagyu steak restaurant. You get about your seats reserved for 2 years. 2 years, jeez, 2 hours from when you start to when you need to leave. But there's multiple courses, and by the time you get to the one that says here, it says free extra steak, the all-you-can-eat portion, you basically only have about 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes to have the quote-unquote all-you-can-eat. And you basically need to finish what you have in front of you before you can have them cook the next piece. But it's a perfect time for me because I couldn't fit a whole lot. I ate a lot though. So it starts off with roast beef with matsusaka beef, and then it goes on to a chestnut potage soup, which is just like a potato soup, and then Wagyu beef steamed shabu, and then the beef itself, the A5 Wagyu, and then they finish with dashi rice, which is like a fish stock soup. It was really sorry, it's not fish stock. It's normally fish, but in this case it's a meat broth from the Wagyu. And there's a dessert that follows up after you're done with the all-you-can-eat portion. This is what the inside of the restaurant looks like. It's like on the 8th floor in Ginza, like smack in the middle of Ginza. Here's the roast beast. This was really good. And then he showed me all the different cuts of meat that come with the package that I bought. This is the soup. Here's the steamed shabu, which is basically like he just threw a bunch of onions on the grill, and then he threw the meat on top of the onions, and then he covered it for like 2 minutes. There's no bowl in that bowl. It's true. It was very small, but that's fine. More room for meat. Yeah, this one was just onions on the grill. He threw this cut of steak on the onions, and then he covered it for like 2 minutes, and it just very lightly cooked it, like in the steam. The meat itself never actually touched the grill. And there we go. This is pretty much, I had multiple servings of this. Wagyu steak is something else. If you've never had it in your life, even the stuff that you can get at like restaurants in America is okay, but it's extremely expensive. It's like super overpriced here. But yeah, if you ever go to Japan, make a reservation for Wagyu. You won't regret it. It's a life-changing experience. I want this right now. So I had those 5 cuts of meat, and then I think I asked for more 5 times. Surprisingly enough, I didn't get the meat sweats. I would actually go to Kobe and have Kobe steak. Yeah, that's something that I actually want to do as well. Like if you go, Kyoto, Osaka, Nara, and Kobe are all right next to each other. So that's a pretty good trip right there. You just go there, you stay there for a couple weeks, and you just check out Kyoto and Kobe and Osaka and Nara. Oh man, that's a great couple week trip. Here's the dessert. Get another spade spoon. Yeah, I've never actually had Kobe beef before. I've had Wagyu a number of times, but I've never actually gone to Kobe or gotten Kobe beef. I really should. And then walking home, I noticed a sign. It's a metal tongue depressor, right? Would you advertise your thing as the official thing of the Titanic? Is that something that's good advertising? Is that good? Is that good advertising? I don't think that's good advertising. All right, what do we have? Oh yeah. The crew didn't even notice the iceberg. Must have been drinking something good. Fair point. If the advertising featured Kate Winslet, like one of the yeah, probably. All right, so don't look down on me, but it was my last night. This Wagyu steak went from 5 o'clock. I think I left at like 6:30. So what I did was I went at 6:30. I went straight to Akihabara. I played my last couple hours of Fate or FGO arcade, and then at 11:30 they kicked me out. So I decided to, since it was like, it had been like 5 hours or so since I had eaten last, even though I had eaten a lot, I went to Ichiran. Because I still hadn't gone to Ichiran at all. And it was pretty good. Pretty good for a midnight meal. It wasn't anything mind-blowing, but as an introvert, I definitely really enjoyed the experience of not having to interact. It was really cool. Hola. Welcome in. Yeah, the bowl looks really cool. And I found out later, you could order like more noodles. Probably should have done that as well. But I was pretty full by the end. My avatar has a neck. Excuse me. Excuse me. Very obviously have a neck. See? Just because I'm a little on the thick side. Okay. I mean, like that's one way to interact with somebody new. You come in, you insult them, and then you talk about sports. with very, very pointed opinions. I mean, that's fine. I don't really care about soccer that much. uh... yeah, basically that was it. That was like midnight, last of the last day. My plane flight left. Yeah, Jambroni, I agree. The like style of the dishware and stuff, the cool designs and stuff, definitely makes a difference, for sure. I agree. All right, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. But we are an English stream. We do say that in the description. I would appreciate English only comments if you can. Can't moderate if we don't understand the language. But yeah, like I said, that was the last thing that I did. I walked all the way back to Akihabara. Because that Ichiran was in Ueno, so I had to walk like, it was like 25 minutes north, and then I needed to walk like another half an hour south to get back to my hotel. This was a cool little cafe that I found on the way back. And then the saddest Christmas tree. The actual saddest Christmas tree is just sitting there alone in the lobby of this building. There's zero decor anywhere else in that lobby. It was just plain, and then there's a Christmas tree. And here we go, jumping to the next day. The tree is so fly, it doesn't need all that other stuff. Yeah, that's probably true. I did take the wrong train and ended up in Yokohama. But I left so early that I still had like 4 hours before my flight, so I didn't really have any issues. This is the Haneda International Terminal, and it is actually gorgeous. It's very, very well organized, very clean, very cool. Like, look how well organized this is. Everything is so like, it's just like, are you flying Japan Airlines? All right, here's this whole wing that you can go to check in and check your baggage. It's just all of this right here. It's like, are you United? You're over here. You've got your own whole wing over here that you can check in, and it's crazy. And then up top, there's a freaking bridge along with a bunch of cool artwork. Like, look at this. What the heck? Where they get off having all of this stuff? Airports are supposed to be constantly under construction and look disgusting. So there's an entire upper area that just has like restaurants. JetBlue, crawl through that ventilation duct for about a half mile. Like, they have an old Japantown sort of feel to a bunch of these shops and restaurants. This is before you go through security. So I found a restaurant. I ate some eel. This is unagi. It's like a grilled eel with like a sweet glaze on it. It's very, very tasty. Oh, it's so good. So I guess Wagyu wasn't my last meal. It was this. But these tend to be very expensive meals. I think this was like $40. It's crazy. But I was like, it's my last meal. I haven't had unagi this entire trip, so. And then this was a Gunpla vending machine, which I thought was pretty cool. They had like Ultraman action figures. They had Gundam. They had figures from the Macross figures as well. It's crazy. I never seen anything like it. All right. And that's it. That's it. I'm done. And I am I'm actually done. I'm so out of it. I'm barely keeping my eyes open, if I'm honest. So, with that, thank you so much, especially Curse, for sticking around and talking, keeping me going for this entire time. The only slideshow I've been through that I enjoyed. Aw, I appreciate that. I definitely tend to be very long-winded when I go over stuff like this, so I appreciate it when people stick around, and I love sharing experiences. I was hoping like more people would be like asking questions for like planning their own vacations and stuff, but I'm always here for that. If anyone is ever planning on going to Japan or whatever, I have so many experiences and lived scenarios and stuff of a dumb American trying to enjoy Japan and get there and do things there. While I don't have like insane experience and I don't quite know the language, I do know a lot about traveling there at this point. So if anyone ever has travel questions or just questions in general for foreigners in Japan, I am super happy to help anytime, on stream or off, to be honest. Let's see. Let's see what we got. I'm trying to find somebody to raid real quick. Oh, I might raid Nexus. Or Emmy. We can raid Emmy. We haven't raided Emmy before. Yeah. Yeah, sorry it's sorry it's like really low energy, low key sort of slideshow stuff, but I had a lot of fun in Japan, and I had a lot of fun showing off and talking about stuff. Showing off, that sounds really bad. My brain's not working right now. One of the things that I love doing is sharing experiences. So it's really cool to be able to do something like this. But yeah, I'm gonna go probably take a nap or just go to bed. It's almost 8 o'clock anyway. And yeah, thank y'all for hanging out and chatting. Hope y'all have I got 1/25th of a Japanese vacation. Kind of, yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I hope y'all have a good weekend. And hopefully I'll be recovered and back to normal on Monday. So yeah. Are we gonna slideshow raid? We could slideshow raid. There we go. All right. I'll see y'all. Have a good night.